And good morning from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in Crozily, St. Lucia, where we are getting set for day three of the regional four-day encounter. Windward Islands Volcanoes versus the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And play will resume promptly this morning. The umpires are already out. The Windward's Volcanoes on the edge of the boundary beginning to come onto the field of play. And the Leeward's Hurricanes, the batsmen also getting into the playing area as well. It's going to be Mikyle Louie to resume. He's 82 not out. It's 165 for 7, with Rakeem Cornwall being dismissed of what turned out to be the last ball of day 2. He was LBW Tyson for 2. So we're going to have the new batter coming out. Looks like Cameron Pennyfeather. We'll confirm that in a while. But 165 for 7, the Leeward's Hurricanes. They are 315 runs in deficit or in arrears. Or maybe let's say they're trailing by that. Yes, 315. So they require to get another 165, if my arithmetic is correct, to ensure that the Volcanoes will bat again because of the lead. You'd recall that the Volcanoes 480 all out, and in reply, the Hurricanes 165 for 7. They follow on in a 3 and a 4-day game, 150. So that means the Hurricanes need to get 330 if they're going to have the Volcanoes bat again. So they are 165 away. So they are halfway from that 330 if they're going to have the Hurricanes, the Volcanoes bat again. It's going to be the man of the match so far. And it's going to be John. So John is going to be the one to take up the attack from the northern end. Ryan John, first delivery, and he's going to be bowling to Mikyle Louie. And he gets one that is wide off the off stump. And it goes into the gloves of Benjamin. Louie really batting through in the innings, holding it together. 82 overnight, 148 balls, 13 fours, striking at 55.41. 3 slips and a gully. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Long leg. Nice light breeze blowing across from left to right. And Mikyle Louie will get a single. The throw hits the non-striker's end. But alongside Louie, we'll have to say, Louie arriving comfortably. And so he's off the mark for the day. 83 he goes to. 166. Now for 7. Cameron Pennyfeather, number 68 on his back. He's going to come in to strike. It's a change in the field now. 3 slips of gully. Foot point extra cover middle. Atanaz himself is at mid-on. And there's a long leg, so 7-2 field. Gully fielder taking a few steps forward and then going back. John will bowl to Pennyfeather, first delivery for him. Outer portion of the bat will get the single to take Pennyfeather off the mark. He's 167 for 7, as we say. Good morning to Joseph Redsborough.
Yes, good morning. Welcome to Paul. Seniority operating, but although Tyson's the one who's got fit for 31, Ray John gets the first player, and probably we can see Tyson from the other end.
John to Louie. Forward. And no run. So Louie continuing to hold up innings together. 83. Apart from him, only one man getting to double figures. Jamal Hamilton. 40 of 66 balls, 7 fours. They put on a good partnership for the 6th wicket, or was it for the 5th wicket? We'll have Coxie to just confirm that for us. The partnership between Hamilton and Louie. The back foot cut away, but the point fielder is on the boundary. So just a single to Louie as he goes to 84, 168 for 7.
And to be fair, Hamilton batting with an injury, don't believe that's totally recovered. He was being very positive. He was still looking for his normal straight play. And maybe it's a pity that he was part of those that fell before the end.
John now to Penny Feather. Good delivery on the stumps, lit up on the offside, no run. The partnership between Hamilton and Louie, exactly 100 from 148 balls. First over of day 3 coming to an end. 168 for 7. 84 Louie, 1 to Penny Feather. The Leewards still trail by, 312?
Yes, the loss of wickets towards the end of the day, that further compound fracture, so to speak. I mean, if there were 4 down, 5 down, but to be 7 down at the end of the second day, facing 480, they had to be a little bit resolute. They had to be telling themselves we got to minimize the loss.
Indeed, and a lot depending on Louie. As we look at this scorecard, the efforts outside of Louie and Hamilton are as follows. Henry 8, Carty 4, Gore 5, Andrew no score, Graves 6, and Cornwall 2. Hooked away in the air, possibility of a catch. The start takes it. The end of Mikyle Louie. Closed with himself. And as soon as he played the stroke, his head went in disappointment. A loose shot from the opener. And he's angry with himself. And disappointment for Louie and the Leeward's Hurricanes. A short delivery. Louie almost compulsively going into the stroke and top-edging it. And kudos to Alec Atanaz and his Volcanoes team, posting the man at backward square leg, and good catch in the end from Descat diving forward, taking it two-handed. So the end of Louie. 84 going kept. Descat bowl Penny Feather. No, bowl Tyson, correction, for 84, 168 for 8.
Well, it was really a nothing ball outside the leg step. And, he was looking just to help. There was nobody back in the rock. I mean, he didn't really plant himself to wait on the right leg, and he was trying to hit it hard. He just lobbed very, very gentle. And when he got to the other end, you can see him telling himself, why did I play that? And basically, he's thrown away his second output. But we must say, congratulations to Julian Tyson. He's got a 5.
Indeed, 5 for Tyson. 5 for 31 in his 11th over. And as we saw yesterday, a wicket with his first ball of the spell. This is his very first ball of the morning. Azari Joseph, the new batsman. Tyson to Joseph. Struck on the pad, but maybe heading down the leg side. For Louie, maybe not recognizing the two men who were back because it's it's sort of baffling to understand why he went for the stroke.
Yeah, it is fundamental. You look over your shoulder. You see when a man with orthodox already started on the left. It's really sad to see him.
Yeah.
West Indies player looking for another 100 to cement his pick against Australia.
Tyson to Joseph. Joseph turns it and will get off the mark to square leg. And Scott moving nicely in. He moved very well in anticipating the catch coming off the boundary and putting in the dive two-handed. So Scott continuing to have a good game. Of course, 119 in the first innings. It's debut, his maiden first-class 100. Penny Feather in strike. One, Joseph one. It's not looking good for the Hurricanes. They're looking down the barrel of a follow-on here. 169 for 8. Penny Feather off the back foot goes through the man at that gully position. They'll come back for 2 as it's been picked up by Atenes, who goes back. 2 to Penny Feather. Goes to 371 for 8.
Well, it's interesting to see the approach of Joseph because by nature he's happy when he's hitting the ball. Not too sure he's someone who can just, kick dot balls. He likes to hit the long ball.
Tyson to Penny Feather. Good delivery outside off stump, straightening. And going past the outside edge. Good bounce, good carry to the keeper. So the Darren Sammy wicket still keeping bowlers interested. Keeping batsmen interested as well, but you need to be on song in terms of shot selection.
And he squared him up there. Beautiful delivery. I know, but Tyson had 2 short overs, none for 9, probably fell well. Maybe I got a short shift there. But he's a very happy man with 5 wickets behind his name.
Back of a length ball to end the over. The second of the innings, a successful one for the Volcanoes, 171 for 8. The Leeward Hurricanes still 309 in the red.
You were suggesting that maybe a follow-on might be the choice of the Leewards, but the modern trend, and of course you have to take the world example of Jamaica. For Guyana balls out to Jamaica for 44 and they didn't get it.
Yes, they chose not to enforce the follow-on. In fact, I was following the reporting on it on Sportsmax last evening, and the thinking was that, well, the Ghanis used 2 bowlers who bowled the majority of the overs.
Smith and Ali Mohammed.
And it was felt that they would have been a case of tired legs, didn't want to throw them back into action. In action is Ryan John. Sends Joseph back. Dot ball registered 171 for 8. So it'll be interesting here at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground to see whether Alec Atenes will thrust his bowlers back into action. 2 wickets left in the Hurricanes innings. But I think the difference here, Reds, is that the Windward's bowlers would be relatively fresh. This is the start of the day. This is just the 3rd over. And should they be able to quickly dislodge the Hurricanes, you would expect them to enforce the follow-on. Good delivery, seaming away from Joseph into the gloves of the keeper.
But back to that Jamaica game, it was deja vu. Because Jamaica had bowled out Guyana, Patrick Patterson and 50 Welsh for 41 in a first-class game.
Indeed. I think a 5-wicket haul for Patterson in the first and a 8-wicket haul for Walsh in the second. The days of pace like fire the 80s. Patrick Patterson, a fearsome figure for a batter. John, not so fearsome. Tipped away by Joseph nicely, loftily. And is that all the way? Yes, all the way over the wide mid-wicket boundary for 6. Well, Reds, you wondered how he would have played. He's given an indication of first maximum for him, 177 for 8 as he goes to 7.
It wasn't a long one there. I just expected him to play like that, and he played that shot well. That was not a riff, that was a good-looking shot.
Yes, and perhaps Reds doesn't have much of a choice. His team in a real bad position. So I think the appropriate approach is to put back to ball. There's no sense in mucking around and looking to be defensive. I think Joseph wants to maybe do his best to reduce the deficit, but he's not looking to flash at everything. Allows this one to go. It's outside off stump. It remains 177 for 8. Joseph, if he applies himself, can do well with the bat trend that we have seen. And maybe the situation not helped by the fact that we are providing the streaming service.
Yes,
People can stay home, make a cup of tea, walk. You can stay with the action.
But when you think so many people who have retired, so many people, pensioners who can, there's no charge to come in there, you feel that, let me go and just sit in the sun and watch some people.
Tyson moving in. Outside off stump, Benefetta plays and misses. I think Red's a case of maybe people are more attracted to the white ball. Because if it was a white ball game, I think you would have seen some more people.
You're being very careful. It's a case maybe. There's no maybe. People of 10-10 here.
You would see the ram. It's amazing how the game has changed. Tyson goes to Penifede, plays outside the off stump. In fact, I was mentioning yesterday, looking back at footage of past cricket games on YouTube, one day international, in fact, in test matches, Reds, you saw big crowds, the place rammed, as you would now see in the white ball. So whereas people would come to these games, and certainly at the first class level, it was almost like a test match when you had the rivalries, Barbados versus Trinidad, Barbados versus Jamaica, Guyana versus Jamaica, but no more.
Yes, and after us getting a little more attacking, decided that the reinforcement, the 3 slips of the gully.
A big swing and a miss outside off stump, but it's a no ball. And so Penifeda maybe would not have been out of place to make a big stroke at that. It didn't make contact. And one more to the total, 178 for 8. Tyson continuing. He is going to bowl to Penifeda. Bright sunshine at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Penifeda playing and missing again outside off stump.
He's getting the ball to leave the right-hander. You just need to get it to come back the other way. Maybe changing the seam around. You know more about that than me because you were a genuine bowler. He's got to face the seam towards the off slips, towards the batsman.
Yes, seam sort of angled in to get it to come into the right-hander. Maybe seam facing slip to go away. And he has demonstrated the ability to get it to go both ways. Edge, leading edge, but along the ground. We'll get him a single as he goes to 479. for 8. The live grass is still out there, and it is offering assistance to bowlers that can consistently hit the seam. So that movement is there. Of course, the grass not as green as on day 1, but still very much there, and hard surface, so bounce complementing that. Still good conditions to bowl in. Tyson to Joseph now. Joseph gets a full delivery, but doesn't really get hold of it. And will stay on 7. Benefit of 4, 179 for 8.
Is there a regulation for that each morning? I would think so. There used to be.
Yeah. Although this morning when I came in, I was in time to see the regulation rule. Didn't see whether there was a cut.
Should have come earlier.
Yeah, perhaps I missed it. Tyson moving in. Joseph in strike. Looking to turn that. Does so, but straight to Descart alongside umpire Butler. The end of over number 4 for the morning. Day 3, 179 for 8. The Leeward still trail by 301.
And you were talking about the white ball cricket. Well, this morning at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, there is a Queen's Park Club white ball T20 competition. It's also a day and night. I was speaking to a friend called Bruce Nansen, and he said he was planning to go. More white balls.
Yeah, white ball stuff is here to stay. It is what that generates revenue, and it's a way of subsidizing the red ball. Red ball still has a lot of significance. That's the true test. John to Pennyfeather, and he allows it to go 2 slips, 2 gullies in place.
I don't know if there's a debate, but there was a Belgian cricket fan.
John to Pennyfeather edging but dropping short of first slip. Hodge not able to prevent it from going behind him for a single to Pennyfeather. He goes to 5, 180 for 8.
And it goes like this. Man, Claudius, the one that produced a bunch of swipers.
Not really, Reds, in that you have seen historically that the guys who have actually done well in white ball cricket have had a good, solid red ball foundation.
That is very true, but how many? You could start with Ruby Development and go down.
Sachin Tendulkar, Jack Callis.
Yep.
All these guys did well. Those were solid performers at the red ball. Williamson.
Yeah.
They did
Williamson.
well. Yeah, at the white ball level. But I think it's a case, Reds, of us getting it correct. Administrators looking to have the right mix of red ball and white ball. Outside off stump, John bowling to Joseph, and he ignores it.
Let me try another probing question. Should the under 19, under 21 be playing lots of white ball?
Maybe not lots of white ball, but at least some white ball. They need to play both, Reds, because even the young guys coming up, I think you need to be able to keep them attracted to the game. And, white ball is here to stay. And so I think we need to play both. We need to have them play both. Playing is Joseph down the ground, and he'll get a couple as mid-off. Comes across to pick up. So 2 more to him. He goes to 9, 182 for 8. The end of the over.
A smart shot because there's no orthodox mid on. So he just leant forward and with all ease, just lobbing it in the unguarded area, picking up 2 runs. The last question is, should they be playing more red ball?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That you saying
Yes, because a solid red ball is important for you to develop your game. And I think where we need to be careful is an overemphasis on white ball. You need to say to the youngsters that yes, white ball, there's a place for it, but we cannot neglect red ball because that's our foundation. Tyson moving in, clipped away by Pennyfeather for 4. Loose delivery and getting good bat on that and clipping it away through mid-wicket for 4. His first boundary, he goes to 986 for 8.
Roland Cox indicating the partnership is 18, and they have played well. They have played with the interest of the Leewards at hand.
Yes, they have played well, so good signs for this 9th wicket. 18. And to be honest, they have not really looked troubled.
No.
Tyson from the southern end to Pennyfeather. Driving, but finding the lone fielder in front of the bat on the offside. That's Captain Atenes. Pennyfeather remains on 9. 186 for 9. 294 in deficit.
It looks a good cricketer. He's useful with the ball. I don't know where he's from, but I'll put $1 that he must be from the Federation. Because Pennyfeather, to me, is a petition in Eva's name.
Tyson moving in. Pennyfeather turns it to long leg and we'll get a single. $187 for 8. If you are joining us for the first time this morning on day 3, the Leewards starting on 165 for 7. They have lost. Mikyle Louie adding just 1 to his overnight score. He was caught Descant bowled Tyson 84. Adding 2, in fact. Lofted high out towards long on. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So Joseph enjoying himself to anything that's loose. He goes into double figures. 1,391 for 8. Another typical lofted Joseph stroke.
Yes, and batting with a lot of common sense. He plays that shot very often. I think he's fairly strong on the onside. So they've got to try and find out whether he's as powerful off the back foot coming on the front foot through the offside.
Yes, tall man, long livers, and enjoying launching himself into those drives down the ground. We have seen it on 3 occasions so far this morning. It has brought him 2 boundaries. Tyson to Joseph. Stands up straight and showing that it's not all about walloping everything. Happy to be solidly in defense.
Yes, very responsible. The loss of wickets yesterday afternoon was almost inexcusable.
Joseph, in fact, 1614. So once he went over the boundary, and we just saw him going 1 bounce into it. Tyson to Joseph. Down the leg side, missing out and not happy with himself. Could have just put a touch on that to get that away from Benjamin for a boundary. The over comes to an end. He's 13-10 to Pennyfeather. 191 for 8.
The one disappointment from the Leeward's position is the loss of Louie so early. And you can see the body language as he walked off, looking to the sky and really telling himself off why I did that. And we were somewhat surprised because they were 2 men back for exactly that. And you didn't get the impression he really was hitting it that hard.
I'm not sure, Eds, if it was a case where he was undone by the extra bounce. I think he figured, okay, the stroke is on, but I think he didn't really contend for the height of the delivery. And in the end, he ended up almost giving catch in practice to the backward square leg. It wasn't a full-blooded hook. I think it came from high up on the bat. A good catch by Descott, tumbling away.
I would expect a few people from Monroe should have been here at least to watch their star perform. That did happen.
No, it didn't. I guess Monrepo is a long ways from Brasileira. I guess, yeah, it's a challenge to get into Castries and then have to take bus to come up here. It's not so easy. John starts is into the pad of Benefetta, and there's no run. So 289 the deficit. These two need to put up a miraculous partnership and to see how close the Leewards can get to. First of all, 330. That's the total they need to get past to prevent Atenes from saying, boys, y'all need to go back again. Outside off stump, big swinging delivery away from the bat, but doing too much. And Benjamin takes it from the first slip. 191 for 8. Well, we saw the Volcanoes batting around first Descart, then John and Demba. Those were the two centurions and the one who got the half century. These two, Benefetta and Joseph, need to put on that type of partnership with support from O'Shane Thomas when he comes in as the last man. Forward goes Benefetta and keeps out John.
And Athens has got decisions to make because these two be going for just over half an hour. And shall I try some leg spin? Or shall I, in fact, bring the Scott to bowl more cutters? Some things that he needs to think about.
Tyson, 13 overs, no maidens, 5 for 45. He'll suggest, skipper, you need to keep me on. John is on. Drive into long up, mid off, mid on. But away from the dive in, Atenes. And behind him into the long on boundary for 4. So boundary to Benefetta goes to 14, 195 for 8. That was airborne, but a little away from Atenes at mid on.
Yes, it cleared his head. It was a fall stroke, but it wasn't chest high. It was quite high. And maybe an Ambrose might have, or Walsh might have gotten a hand to it. Partnership now moving to 27. Sensible batting.
Indeed. John to Benefetta. Hold them! Off stump ripped out of the ground. The 4th wicket for Ryan John. Benefetta didn't cover on this occasion at all, as he was playing down the line of maybe middle stump and left the off stump exposed. And it was ripped off the ground by Ryan John to pick up his 4th wicket. The fall of wicket number 9, 195 for 9. John getting close to a 5-for as well.
2 points I like to make. He seemed to be late in the shot. And as you pointed out, he seemed to be covering the wrong stump. And had he, in fact, made the lightest step, he would have been closer to the line of the ball. And, it just happened out of the story. Boom. You didn't expect that, that they were going to easily break this partnership. 9 for 195. And, but in fact, Azari Joseph will now try to pick up the tempo as the last man comes out. And Thomas is not known for staying around, so Joseph might decide to be very active.
Yes, Joseph will see that Thomas would be in strike for 1 delivery. And John in his 14th over, he's got 4 for 42. He's had 3 maidens. So you've seen Gillan Tyson pick up a 5-wicket haul. I think John will be envious and would want to do the same.
Yes, Ali Muhammad picked up 6 yesterday. In fact, all the wickets fell to the 2 fast bowlers. Smith wicket of 4 and we're talking about whether there will be a change. Well, there's probably no need to be a change now because it's 9 wickets down. They will probably continue with John and with Tyson.
Indeed, I think John, as he gets ready to come around the wicket into Thomas, would be looking to land that ball in the right area to target the pads, target the stumps, target the outside edge, get Thomas out. Because if he doesn't, I think Tyson would fancy himself to pick up the wicket very soon. Ryan to Thomas. Thomas forward and looks good as he keeps out the right-hander to complete the over. Successful one for Thomas, for John, though. At the end of it, the 51st of the innings. The Leeward's Volcanoes, the 195 for 9.
And just before you go, I have a dollar that the Windwards will bat again. You have a dollar that they will send them in?
I'm not sure it. I will wait and see. But as I was saying earlier, if I were in Atana's place, I would enforce the follow-on because my bowlers are relatively fresh.
Okay. But over the last couple of years, and we've seen this at the international level, that India will bowl out Sri Lanka. They would have made nearly 500 in the first innings, and Sri Lanka would have gotten just about 2. And you think, hi, they will enforce the follow-on. Well, that has not been happening, but Atenas might have different thoughts. The management will discuss it. And I mean, welcome Jamal James, cricketing name. So Titan with just slips. There's no body. It's the Scott moving in, and that's in the air, and the innings is coming to a close. So first up, a change of bowling. The Scott came in and all pitched up, looking to drive it, peeled off the outside edge, easily catch taken, and they're all out. 195, Jamal, in reply to the 480. Now, what's your feeling? Enforce the follow on or they will bat again?
Good morning, Reds, and to our viewers and listeners. I was just about to discuss if you had a chance to see whether you would lose your dollar to Claudius.
I might lose the dollar to Claudius, but you at least have a little bit of fun in the box.
Well, like Claudius was saying, the bowlers are relatively fresh, and the Windwards have not played to potential in the tournament, barring this game. So there is a chance for an outright victory if the right decision is made right now. But nonetheless, they are really in a position of ascendancy right now.
Oh, definitely.
Real dominance.
They are in the driving seat, and you bear in mind that their first 3 games, they really, well, the bowlers did try, but the batting just didn't give the bowlers the kind of runs to work with.
It's so true what you're saying, and additionally, it would be wise to remember that this team, they have placed second in 2 consecutive years, so things have been going right for the Windwards team in recent times. Just that for this tournament, for some reason, they've taken a long while to get going.
Yes, and in that year where they brought second, they should have beaten Guyana in Grenada, but they allowed the Guyanese to put together a bit of a last wicket partnership, and that was maybe the difference between winning the title and getting second. Well, the ground staff is doing the basic traditional remarking of the crease, and I think the light roller will be used. I don't know if our producer will want us to take a break at this stage, and as soon as play, in fact, soon as play, is going to resume, we'll come back with the action. So just for a short while, we say goodbye from the Darren and Sammy until the cricket resumes. But yet, very good carry to the keeper, Jamal.
Good lifting delivery from Ryan John. remember listening quite eagerly to Claudius, who called it the Ryan John show yesterday, and getting that century and picking up crucial wickets and starting off the spell for good delivery.
And part of that show eventually turned out to be Tyson.
Yes, he sat agonizingly on 4 wickets. Tyson picked up 5, and Shadrach Descott cleaned up.
John goes in, that's down the leg side, and not taking at the keeper. It was not an easy take. And this man had to try and come across, but it was half stop and first slip running back. So no sundries or no extras. He used to call it sundries a long time ago. Extras these days. A much more attacking feel for Ryan John. He's got the 3 slips in the gully. There's a cover backward point and mid off, a wide mid on, square leg on the boundary. John goes in, no pressure on Henry, letting it go outside the line of the off stump. So cricket in Antigua, we're hoping that the weather is fine there. It didn't start very well on the opening day. And there is, of course, cricket at the Kensington Oval. Barbados in a fairly strong position. The Trinidad and Tobago game, they recovered very nicely thanks to 100 by Josh De Silva. His third. So wide the crease, that's driven. And down to his mid-off. He got a little wider in the crease. He wasn't too close to the stump. Using the width of the crease effectively.
It's Ryan John, a very skillful operator. He's very good at those subtle skills, good changes of pace, and he is known for moving the ball about both ways.
And he's demonstrated that he is a fine cricketer.
And you see this one just jogging back and giving the keeper some work to do.
Yes, he left that on height. I think he left that on height. It almost passed over, I would think, often middle. And the keeper, covering a lot of ground, took it very well.
It seemed as if Ryan John was listening to us from the com box, showed us the outswing of the ball before, and then just hitting that seam and bringing this one back.
Well, he doesn't have to listen to us. He knows it very well. That's into the body and allows the batsman, his back of a leg, just getting into his wicket and turning it quietly towards forward square. Mid-on comes around. So he will keep the strike, and the Leewards finally putting the second run on the board. Quiet start, but I think they'll be looking to try and put together what they've done before in the season. They've got a double century between Henry and Louie.
Yes, and no better wicket to do it on than right here at the Darren Sammy, the wicket heralded as the best batting service in the region.
Well, still no third slip. It's stretching across now to a gully position, almost. There's a huge gap between the second slip and gully outside the off stump, and Louie not interested. Henry not interested, correction.
Do you see this man posted at deep point? Would you have this man there if you were the captain of the team?
No, I think that's a good point you were making, Jamal. If you're 284 ahead, why are you looking to have a backward point? You might consider, well, like I might bowl something short for a hook shot. That's nicely flicked away by Henry. Outside the leg, some badly lined delivery and nicely put away.
Yes, a shot like that is testament to good balance at the crease and good head position. That that is what allows you to play a ball in that region. So this is good batting. There is a big deficit, and they need to approach this innings with that positive intent.
But the point you made, why a backward point on the boundary, is a solid one. I think um, a more attacking policy would have had him at an orthodox backward point. So it's 5 without loss. And Henry on 5 gets a delivery outside the off stump and doesn't have to play. Plays starting in time again. Lovely conditions. Just over a week ago, we had a little bit of rain, but I think Ken Crafton was very happy with the change of the weather. There was a fair amount of moisture. There was no water on the ground any time, but the sun coming simply dried up the moisture. The ground was in perfect condition. The Scott goes in, and Henry, well, a real get-out shot. He didn't have to go after that. I mean, they're not 200 ahead. They're 280 behind. You don't look to play such a shot.
It speaks to the mentality. But I had a question for you, Reds. We know that you're a very experienced gentleman. So, can you recall a time where you've seen so many centuries being produced at the first class level?
No, you're already, um, but they're about 24 now. Roland, the 24th century, they're about. We'll just double check that. Yes, I think this season, your point is well received. Have a fair amount of thing. I think I would concur with the Silver getting another 100 yesterday, probably moves to 24, but Roland Cox will correct us. That's down the leg side. Claudius will soon be joining as the over is completed. Jamal, your thoughts on the play so far, and then it'll be Claudius Emmanuel.
Yes, so after 3 overs, the score is 5 without loss, deficit of 280. Decision made by Captain Alec Furness to enforce the follow-on. Leeward's in a spot of bother in this match, but the two opening batters are acquitting themselves well at the moment. Quite decisive when leaving. Claudius, welcome back.
Thank you, Jamal. John to Louis. Louis is forward. Plays up on the offside. So Atenes using 3 slips. Gully. Also a deep point for Mikyle Louie. Extra cover mid-off. Atenes himself at mid-on. Deep backward square leg. Mikyle Louie with the disappointment of being dismissed this morning in the first innings as another opportunity to bat. Lets this one go. It's too wide of off stump.
Was just coming to ask you about that, Claudius. I mean, certainly it would have been gut-wrenching to go to bed at night in the 80s. The prospect of a second century in the tournament and the blissful batting conditions, a chance to refocus at night, and you come in and first thing in the morning, one mistake has cost you.
Yes. Fortunately, he's got another opportunity to bat. The conditions still good for batting. He's solidly in defense, wants the single as it goes past John, but it's not on. So these two would have to really put their heads down. No doubt they would love to repeat what they did against Trinidad and Tobago. 200 for the first wicket. It's the sort of start that the Leeward Leeward's Hurricanes need. The deficit is 280. They are following on. 480 was the effort by the Windwards. Outside off stump, moving further away. Louie allows it to go. So in reply to that 480, the Leeward side falling short after they resumed on 165 for 7, eventually being dismissed for 195, so 195 all out, and being asked to again. John looking for the first second innings wicket. Driving is Louie, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. So 220 was the opening stand between Mikyle Louie and Kadeem Henry. And we have seen a number of 200 plus partnerships in this season. I'll give you that after this delivery. John to Louie. Louie is driving into the offside. The point posted, just a single. As he goes off the mark. It's taken a while to do so at the end of the John over. So he's off the mark, and it's 6 without loss. The Leeward's Hurricanes following on. They still trail by 279.
A really good shot from Mikyle Louie. We have mentioned that whenever he's been asked to come onto that front foot, he has looked a class apart. Certainly a favored area for him. One wonders if that was a consideration by Captain Haffenez when he posted that field at deep points. Accordius, what's your take on that field setting, given that they're so far ahead in the game? Would you describe that as a defensive position, a chance to attack?
2 slips and a gully. Does look defensive as Descartes continues into the pad and played up to mid-on. There's no run. So Louie and Henry, 220 for the first wicket against Trinidad and Tobago. Craig Brathwaite and Jonathan Drakes, 228. Barbados Pride versus West Indies Academy. Match number 6 at Kensington Oval. Descartes to Louie. Drive in into the covers for 4. Pitched up and nice check drive away from the extra cover in Athens. And so Louie helps himself to a boundary.
We saw a lot of this yesterday. I mean, I just mentioned it. Whenever Mikyle Louie gets that opportunity to stride out onto that front foot, looks quite graceful and elegant, and resting the ball for offside, remains quite still. Looks picture perfect, textbook even. But it is part of the plan from Descartes to pitch that ball up and try to induce the edge.
Descartes to Louie. Wide of off stump, and Louie allows it to go. 200 plus partnership scores for the third wicket. Jid Bully and Jason Mohammed, 227 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Combined Compasses in match number 2. And then the biggest of them all for the fourth wicket, Jason Mohammed and Joshua De Silva, 259 for TT Red Force versus the Leeward Islands. So batters really enjoying themselves in the 4-day regional so far. Delivery that is struck on the pad, and no response from umpire Butler. Maybe heading down the leg side, but good shout. There was support there for Descartes, the keeper, and the slip cordon going up. And what you reckon, Jamal? Maybe going down?
So the umpire certainly is in the best seat in the house, where making those decisions are concerned. We didn't mention it yesterday that this is a weakness in the game of Mikyle Louie. While being exquisite for the outside, he tends to be targeted, and whenever the ball is straight,
Let's cut to Louis. Outside the off stump. What a delivery. My word, that came in. He had to play. And that left very late. Not far from the outside edge. A lovely delivery from Descott. My word, why did that not hit the edge?
Shadrach Descott showing something different, the ability to angle that ball in and get it to shape away, making full use of his opportunity with the new ball in hand. Trying his best to answer the call of Captain Athens to bring about the first wicket.
Wide of off stump and allowed to go by Louis at the end of the over.
It's a good skill on display from Shadrach Descott. Every once in a while, he produces a beauty. Certainly thankful that he picked up that last wicket because he had bowled quite well yesterday without reward. So good signs for him at the start of the third day, albeit he picked up one of the batters in the lower order, chance to effect some damage with the new ball now.
Indeed, so 10 without loss. The Hurricanes looking to bat long here. I think Jamal will be disappointed with the effort from them of just 195. And so they would be looking to do a much better job second time around. And they would want to bat throughout the day.
Certainly that is the plan. And I think that if they can go about it quite tactfully, they could have the Windward's Volcanoes in a spot of bother. Because Claudius, you did mention that the bowlers were relatively fresh, but remember, they have the Windward's team, they've gone in with Shadrach Descott and Ryan John. These two batters spent a significant amount of time at the crease with bat in hand, and getting those hundreds, as exquisite as it was, it did take some toll on the body. Now having to bowl long spells yesterday and having the prospect of doing so again. And remember that the spinners did not do as well as was expected. They did not do the holding job required. So
John to Henry. Balls wise of off stump, and the batsman allows it to go. Right. So we did see quite a bit of seam throughout the game so far. We have seen, but the spinners for the Volcanoes were relatively unused. In fact, Tavem Hodge, who is a decent bowler, hasn't bowled a delivery. So I would think from a Volcanoes point of view that there are enough resources to respond to the challenge if Leeward should bat much more solidly in the second innings as Henry plays up to mid-on, no run.
the question then would be, did the spinners look threatening?
Probably not in the first innings, but with the wicket wearing as we get to this day 3 and then day 4, you'd expect that the spinners would come into their own a little bit more than what we have seen so far. John to Henry. Again, wide of off stump, and the opener allows it to go into the keeper.
Yes, well, certainly to your point, that is the expectation, but such is the nature and quality of the wicket at the Darren Sammy that you might have to take about 6 or 7 days before spin can really extract some turn.
Well, probably not a lot in terms of turn, but I think bounce can come into play, and the spinners can benefit from that as well.
I'm sure Kenneth Demba, tall man. Darryl Cyrus does use the body.
John to Henry, a little squared up. looking to turn it and maybe a bit of a leading edge, but going along the track up towards extra cover. And there's no run. So this innings here for the Hurricanes is one of looking to do much better than the first innings. And as we mentioned, we've got Ryan John, who's expended quite a bit of energy, beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery, as that is hitting at about off stump and going towards the slips. Henry doing well, not playing at it. And into the gloves of the keeper. So an issue that would come to play, as you suggested, Jamal, is the fact that John, having spent a long time at the crease, having bowled in the first innings, picking up 4 wickets, now in action. It's a hot day, and comes in a little too wide this time to interest Henry as he completes his over, the third for him. And at the end of it, 6 overall in the innings, 10 without loss. Leeward's Hurricanes batting a second time.
It's going to be a real test with physical fitness and mental strength of the players. A big task. Having to subscribe the decision to enforce the follow-on. You just see Ryan John getting some refreshments. The 12th man there from St. Lucia, Lee John, doing the duties. Tyson been given a rest. We did mention yesterday that Shadrach Descott, he does pride himself on his fitness. Supremely fit all-rounder. He's looking good with ball in hand.
Balls to Louie, who turns it down to long leg. And he gets 1, 11 without loss. In fact, as we were discussing in the previous over, I'll just ask Coxie to just give us an indication of the first innings by the Hurricanes. The work put in by Descott and John in terms of number of overs that John would have had. It's Descott who's bowling edge and into the vacant third slip position and down to the boundary for 4. So Henry gets a boundary, but you'd have to say a little surprising that with a follow-on situation, the Volcanoes, they don't have a third slip in position. And Henry getting a boundary there. He goes to 9. It's 15 without loss.
It's really baffling and quite interesting the way that things tend to unfold from the combos, because we did discuss this at length. I just had to turn around to look at Reds, to look on his face when that ball flew to that vacant foot slip region. And then you look around and you see a fielder posted at deep points.
Descott to Henry. Edge are taken at second slip this time. So tremendous bowling by Descott. What a come! Oh my goodness. What great bowling by Descott. Previous delivery outside edge found and going through third slip that was vacant and able to produce a comeback delivery to find the edge and go to the fielder at second slip. Henry going. Hot John. Bowled Descott for 9 and success for the Volcanoes as Descott is on song. 15 for 1, the Hurricanes.
The quality from Shadrach Descott, he has honestly been impressive and has the quite threatening with the new ball in hands. And with that delivery, just saying that I don't need a foot slip.
Absolutely.
But 2 are enough. And again, there was that vacant region on the offside, and Henry has been looking to turn the ball and put that single. He was scored previously by Ryan John, did not maintain the prescribed side-on position. He got that left shoulder to open up. Descott really just exploiting that weakness, that technical throw, and has been rewarded. And although we did mention that he failed hard yesterday without a reward, could today be the day where he further enhances that resume as an all-rounder?
Absolutely. And I'm just amazed at the quality of Descat to be able to hit the right area. And not just that, Jamal, to compose himself after the disappointment of seeing the ball fly into the third slip region and down to the boundary for four, just continuing to peg away next delivery, finding the edge, and the luck going with him, going straight to the fielder, and good support from the fielder taking the catch. Was that John who took that or Ambris? Ambris was the
Ambrose.
catcher. So apologies there. I indicated that it was John. John, in fact, in the gully. Carty, the new batsman. Casey Carty is coming in at number 3. And Descott moves into him. Driving into the offside. The sweeper comes away to his right. And single to Carty to get him off the mark. 15-16 for 1.
Carty driving aerially, so the Windward Volcanoes would be quite pleased with that. Carty under some pressure. Hasn't put up a score of note in the tournament thus far. Does possess supreme quality. There's no doubt about it. But cricket is played between the ears, and Carty needs to show the mental strength.
Descott to Louie down the leg side.
But Claudius, as a former speedster, Claudius, what do you make of the difference in the field setting for Ryan John and for Descott?
Descott will move in to Louie. Louie driving up to mid-off. And there's no run, so the over comes to an end.
Yes, so good over, one which produced wickets, Descott. But I was asking you, Claudius, you notice that when Ryan John is in operation, slip cordon is packed. But for Shadrach Descott, there seems to be some gaps. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps they are operating on a particular ploy. They may have seen something in the execution of the batsman. In fact, I noticed for Henry, we saw it yesterday. They started with the fly slip for him. And today, they used the deep point. So perhaps something that they have noticed in his play on the offside. And so they were looking to dislodge him in that area. But as you indicated for John, we have a sort of a conventional slip in the 3 slips and a gully. But from what we have seen from the batters, that fielder at point, who they are persisting with on the boundary, appears to be wasted resources. John going to continue over number 8. And he'll bowl to Casey Carty. Turns it. Tumbling save by man at mid-wicket. There's no run. So Ryan John in his 4th over, continuing to plug away. So Coxie, I was asking you for the scorecard of the previous innings just to get an idea of the workload of John. This is his fourth over in this innings. Ball them inside edge. Scotty playing very loosely and getting his middle stump disturbed. And an unforgettable situation here in this match for Casey Carty going now. Bold John off the inside edge. And the Leewards losing their second wicket. 16 for 2, Carty going for 1.
You had mentioned it yesterday, Claudius. This is the Ryan John show. That's it. With the new ball in hand, just again restating his quality. A man accustomed of picking early wickets, Casey Carty, was under significant pressure. You mentioned that he does have the quality, is an international player of note, but in recent times, with the whites on, has struggled, and his struggles continue. Well, basically, Claudia, they're over right now with the bat in hand for this match at least. Ryan John doing the business for the Windward's Volcanoes, cost 16 for 2.
Yes, and just looking at the dismissal of Party there, very lackadaisical, sort of a limp back foot bat away from the body, and very disappointing dismissal for a West Indies player.
Again, it just speaks to the value of pressure. When pressure is placed on the batter, can sometimes second guess his skills. Certainly a ball to just shoulder arm, just raise those arms and allow this one to go. Ryan John has been whooping that ball from the middle stump, leaving the batters. But Carty playing with some hard hands, had one that he didn't necessarily have to play at all, and paid the ultimate price.
Indeed. So Karima Gore, the new batsman, John with 3 slips and a gully to him. Gore is back and plays defensively. There's no run. So despite his 14 overs in the first innings, John continues to probe away midway in his fourth over in the second and continuing to make a big impact on this game.
Yes, and just see Ryan John insisting that the fielder who had just come into regulation point, insisting that he goes back to the boundary. Free slips the gully.
John to Gore. The way that is pitched up, looking to entice Gore into a drive. He's having none of it and allows it to go into the gloves of Benjamin. So the all-rounders for the Volcanoes, the 2 Centurions from the first innings, doing quite a bit of work and successfully so in the second innings. Descart, 11.1 overs in the first innings, following his 109. John, 14 overs in the first innings. Correction, Descart, following his 119. John, 14 overs, following his 109. They are in action this morning in the wicket column. Delivery that sends Gore back. Plays to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. So a wicket each for Descart and John, the 2 Centurions from the first innings.
Yes. Both men who love St. Lucia, love this wicket, have had great performances here in recent times. Roland Cox did mention that century that Ryan John had scored for Grenada in the Windward's tournament, following it up with a first-class century here and some crucial wickets.
John to Gore, looking to play, but inside, well, leading edge, outer portion of the bat, looking to play on the onside ball, ending up at extra cover to complete the John over, a successful one. 16 for 2, the Leeward still trail by 269, batting a second time.
It's the length of that last delivery. I think more of what Ryan John would one to persist with. The batter played with both feet together, didn't get that front foot out to that delivery. Ryan John had observed that technical flaw in Gore's game. When he just came to the crease, you just saw him making a considered effort to go across the crease to combat that away movement from John. But John on that occasion opting to go full and straight, trying to wrap the bat. And thankfully for him, he was able to get some bat onto that one.
Descart to continue as we begin to head toward lunchtime
Yes, so
on day 3.
the two arounders, as you mentioned, have been doing some really good work. And again, we're seeing it that John just finished. He had a packed cordon. And Descart just with the 2 slips and the gully. Still that vacant first slip region. An area where Mikyle Louie has shown the propensity to get out.
Descart to Louie. Edge, but dropping short of the third slip will bring a single.
Yes, so
So one more to the total, 17 for 2, as Karima Gore will come into strike. So the deficit down to 268. And Descart will come in. Coming in also is Reds Pereira as we go towards lunch. Descart to Gore. Gore gets one that is outside off stump and allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So just about 20 odd minutes to lunch. Reds, these two would want to take their side in without further loss.
Yes, and I was very surprised with the Carty dismissal. He just didn't seem
Inexplicable,
to be
really.
ready mentally.
Yeah. Particularly after again being dismissed loosely in the first innings, you would have thought on what is still good batting conditions that West Indies player would really buckle down and make his presence felt. Was not to be. A wayward delivery down the leg side. Benjamin doing a good recovery job there for Descart, who was way off the mark on this occasion.
Excellent work by Benjamin. He didn't play last season. I think there was a keeper from Barbados who was quite competent, but he has looked the part.
Good glove work, good anticipation, moving nicely, particularly down the leg side to cover. Descart looking for more success to go. Delivery that's outside off stump. This time Benjamin has to walk across and take it between first and second slip, and showing his mobility and agility.
I know Athens has not given Descart the third slip. Are you surprised by that?
Very surprised. There's a man on the ropes at deep point, Reds, and I don't know what he's doing there.
Well, that's hard to understand. Why is there from ball 1?
Descart to go. Driving edge taken, second slip. Another wicket for Descart. A big drive from Gore. And that has gone to Ambris once again. And success for Descart and Volcanoes. A delivery pitched up and moving off the seam. And taken at second slip. Catching by Ambris. As the Leewards, they lose their third wicket. Another one for Descart. And a pretty sharp catch taken high up by Ambris. 18 for 3. The Leewards in all sorts of trouble here at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Well, this is looking rather ominous. Whether are we going to see what you just referred to? Anybody trying to put their heads down and really bat towards lunch? Um, we are not exactly on lunch, so the Leeward has got to make sure that they do not lose any more wickets. And again, um, the delivery didn't pass through the vacant short slip, going straight to Ambers.
Yes.
So they might suggest that they haven't worked out just all.
Well, yes. But of course, the one that went through in the vacant third slip was one that was a little frustrating for Descart. But credit to him, he's come back probing on that off stump line. And the Leeward's players, well, they have not responded well to the situation. Their side in a lot of strife. 18 for 3, still trailed by 267. Reds, this match can finish today.
Well, I was just maybe about to suggest that the situation is looking rather dull. 15 for 1, 15 for 2, 18 for 3. They really need a substantial partnership that will take them right into mid-afternoon.
Indeed. Graves, a man with test experience, comes out in a very challenging situation for his side. 18 for 3, but the sort of pressure situation that you expect a West Indies player to come in and to stamp his authority, demonstrate the metal that you are made of, and get your side out of this situation.
And you have two West Indian players, two West Indian players. They've got to communicate well. They've got to talk to each other and say, look, we are going to walk off at lunch.
Our first objective, Graves. Waits, 2 slips and a gully. Descart moving it. Graves back, plays into the offside, and there's no run. So Graves coming in just to get his performance in the first innings, Coxey, just to remind us of that. Didn't get to double figures. 18 for 3. Graves in the first innings. I'll get that for you. Descart getting ready. Moving into Graves. Graves forward, we'll get off the mark. We'll bring the man from point off the boundary. In fact, there's enough time to come back for 2. Justin Graves in the first innings got John Bolt Tyson 6. Needs to do a lot better than that, Reds, at the end of the over.
Oh, yes. He's really going to turn the fortunes around. Henry again has, Louie again has got to try and stay the course. And, you talked about coming back for the second run. If that fieldsman was in an orthodox position, it would have been a sharp single.
Indeed. Yeah. Could maybe even have been maybe a boundary to Graves. But we've got spin for the first time this morning. Kavem Hodge getting ready to come in from the northern end. So a different challenge to the batters. Perhaps a case of seam from the southern end, Descart. You'd expect him to continue with him hitting the edge and going to slip 2 dismissals for him so far, but an opportunity to examine the Leeward Hurricane batters in terms of their negotiation of spin rates.
Yeah. And Scott having really a golden morning, a golden arm. He's picked up 1 wicket to end the Leeward's innings, and look at his figures now. 2 for 18.
5 overs, 1 made, and 2 for 18. So he has picked up 3 wickets this morning, Descart, getting the final wicket of Azari Joseph to signal the dismissal of Leeward's in the first innings for 195. Hodge first delivery to Louie. Louie turns it straight to Athenes. There's no run. So solitary slip in John. Backward point, squarish cover, extra cover, mid-off. Long on, backward square leg and deep mid-wicket. Hodge to Louie. And Louie from the inner portion of the bat to backward square leg. No run. 23 for 3. The Hurricanes still trail by 265. About 20 minutes to lunch on day 3. Nice on drive from Louie to get him his 8th run. 21 for 3. The first over of spin. So the left arm orthodox of Gavin Hodge will now bowl to Graves. Graves with good form in the regional Super 50 last year. Consecutive hundreds, getting himself back into the West Indies team. Will get himself a single through square leg, almost through the legs of umpire Butler. So he's 22 for 3 as Louie back in strike. 2 deliveries left in the Hodge over. Flatter delivery from the Dominican. And the man from St. Kitts playing up to another Dominican at mid-wicket. Captain Athenes. 22 for 3. Hodge to Louie. Louie turns it straight to backward square leg to completely over. It ends on 22 for 3.
It was good to see that Athena's for Hodge didn't have the backward point to backing the rope. He had it in the orthodox position. It was almost much more attacking feel. They the deep mid wicket, whether any one of the two batsmen will be looking to go in that direction unless it's a rank short ball. So that can come into an orthodox mid wicket position.
Indeed. Yes, Scott to continue. 480 Windwards, Leeward's 195, and following on 22 for 3. Descott and John Centurions also among the wickets. They have been the destroyers so far. 2 wickets for Descott, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. He's going to continue. The Ryan John show continuing. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. Descott from the south to Graves. Clipped away through mid-wicket. You will get just one. As Pascal is quickly onto it and good throw back into Benjamin. 23 for 3.
I thought that had the makings of 2, but Pascal was very quick off the mark.
Indeed. And releasing it quickly as well. And right over the bails. Louie in strike. He's 8. Would want to get over the disappointment of not converting his overnight position into 100. Descott to Louie. Louie gets one that is angled in and almost on the batting crease, squeezing it out. Descott continuing to examine the technique of the batsman.
Louis had to hustle to dig that out. I mean, see the footwork going in different directions.
Yes, almost falling over the crease. Louis, a tall man, looking to keep his balance. Sees 2 slips and a gully waiting. Descott from the south to Louis. Louis clips it away. Straight to mid-on. Driving. Descott looking to bowl full, looking to york the 6-footer. Louis equal to it. Clipping it away. Maybe would have wanted it a little to the left, or maybe even to the right of the mid-on fielder. He would have gotten at least 2, 3, possibly 4. Descott to Louis. Louis again finding the mid-on fielder, timing it nicely, but looking maybe to be a little bit more risky
Yes,
and getting to the right of the fielder.
he's got to whip it away. Whip it away.
Because there's a big gap from mid-on all the way to square leg. So
A lot of real estate.
there's cut to Louie. Outside off stop. Louie ignores it. And into the gloves of the keeper. Descant enjoying the bowling in the follow through. Maybe suggesting something to Louis, saying, I've got the ability to get it to go the other way, my brother.
It's just showing the depth of the Windward's bowling because Tyson, who picked up a fiver, haven't had a ball yet.
Absolutely. So,
For good reason.
so Windward's Volcanoes enjoying home conditions for them. Whipped away airborne, but will fall safely to the man at long leg. And picking it up on the bounce, Louis gets the single. The long range discussion between Ambris and the long leg fielder. I think Ambris not happy with the fact that a dive was not put in. And the fielder here saying, well, I was looking to save the shot from going to the boundary. Number 29. Start at Kenneth Demba, who didn't put the dive.
I
A
think
case
Ambris
there.
was asking a bit too much.
Yeah, I think, yeah, a little harsh there on Demba. It wasn't really a catching opportunity. And Demba saying, come on, Skip, or former Skip. I couldn't make a catch of that. End of the over, 24 for 3. About 12 minutes away from lunch on day 3. Hodge to continue. Long off in Demba on the boundary. Mid wicket as well. Solitary slip in John. Hodge bowls to Graves. Is in fact, it's Louis in strike. Number 53. Hodge to Louis. Louis, full delivery, clipped away. Down to long on. Single. His 10th run. Louis, 25 for 3. Graves on 4 comes into strike. Leeward's needing to do a lot of work here. They trail by 260. Delivery, that's a lot slower through the air. And Graves happy to just be patient and defend. Mid-off, extra cover, backward point. The fielding change being contemplated there. Not a big one, just Descant coming in a few paces from mid-on. Hodge to full toss. Diving attempt unsuccessful by Ambris and will result in a boundary to Graves. As that ball was nicely put away. Graves going to 8, 29 for 3.
Yes, he got to the pitch very nicely, hit it to the left. Denver might have suggested, former skipper, you could have made a bigger effort there. But it was to the left. It might have been a touch slow off the mark. But it's welcome runs by the Leewards as they go to 29 for 3.
Hodge to Graves. Faster delivery forward goes. Graves plays back to Hodge. Ambris putting in the dive, but not successful. The previous delivery. Hodge. One delivery left in his over. To Graves. Graves is back squared up, but defending comfortably in the end to complete the over. 29 for 3. 12 gone in the innings. About 10 minutes to lunch.
And Hodge not used in the first innings gets an opportunity to show his all-round ability. He's always been pretty tight with his spells, and he hasn't quite well really except maybe for the boundary. He's been quite efficient.
So, just to bring you up to date with what we have had so far, play resuming on day 3. The Leewards Hurricanes 165 for 7. They were eventually dismissed for 195. Louie, not in fact, just adding 2 to his overnight 81. Descartes moving into Louie, batting a second time. He allows it to go low down to Benjamin. So with that 195, the Windward's Volcanoes enforcing the follow-on. And in reply, well, it has gone no better for the Leewards. They are now 29 for 3 in the 13th over. Kadeem Henry caught Ambrose bowled Descartes 9. Carty bowled John off the inside edge 1. Descartes to Louie. Forward. Will get a single to the backward point fielder who comes off the boundary. Taking the total to 30 for 3. And then Karima Gore caught Ambrose bowled Descartes without scoring. Wickets falling at 15, 18, and 18. Descartes, 6 overs before this, 1 maiden, 2 for 20. John, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. Down the leg side, looking to clip at it and not making contact. Graves into the gloves of Benjamin. And Hodge, 2 overs, no maidens, not for 7. Leeward scoring at 2.4 per over. Deficit 255. Bright conditions. A nice breeze blowing from east to west. Forward goes Graves. As Descartes is on target. 30 for 3.
Just a quick score coming in from Barbados. Teddy Bishop getting 102 as they were all out for 268. So first innings for Barbados, who are in fact starting to bat in their second innings. They are 6 without loss.
Descartes to Graves. Good delivery off stump. Graves is coming forward and playing up on the offside. What's happening in Jamaica?
1 hour later, don't forget that they are a little behind us. I
Yeah.
haven't picked up.
Yeah, so they would have had about an hour of play if they started on time.
I said Kensington, they were in Antigua, the Red Force. So they picked up.
Descartes to Graves at Beausejour. Graves playing quietly to complete the over. The 13th of the innings, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 30 for 3.
And they have about 5 more minutes to get to lunch. But even if they get to lunch, it will still be a very poor performance batting-wise by the Leewards. But, well, who knows? A similar situation with the Windwards, 58 for 4, managed to reach 480. Who knows what the rest will bring?
Yeah, and as we've been saying, Reds, I don't think we have seen anything in the conditions to suggest that batting is that difficult.
No.
And so you expect 2 West Indies players there to bat out the remaining 5 or so minutes and really come back after lunch, put their heads down and, wipe off this deficit of 255 and challenge the Volcanoes and bring the game into day 4.
And Raheem Cornwall has had a quiet game.
Indeed. So there's still lots of resources left in the Leeward's dugout. So we've got Joel Andrew, Jamal Hamilton, Raheem Cornwall. These are all capable batters who would want to cash in on decent batting conditions. New over Tyson starting and going past the bat of Louie. Tyson, man who picked up 5 in the first innings, and now being introduced. Really an abundance of resources at the disposal of Athenaeus. The man who picked up the five only now being introduced.
Yes, and the Ryan John figures makes good reading.
Very much. 4 overs, 2 millions, 1 for 2. So Tyson coming into Louie. And he gets one. A no ball though. That is seaming away from the right-hander and into the gloves of the keeper. In the Leeward's first innings, Gillen Tyson Coxey. Let's get his figures again.
Picks up that fiver.
5-wicket haul. Into his first over here. Tyson in the first innings, 13 overs, no maidens, 5 for 45. Each way movement from the Dominican. To Louie now, it's a little too wide of off stump to start off. And so Louie is allowing it to go to the keeper.
And he had started the morning at 10-0, 31-4.
Yes. In fact,
good work yesterday afternoon by
absolutely.
him. Yeah.
Yesterday demonstrated the ability to move the ball in the air, predominantly in, and getting it to move away as well, both in the air and off the surface. Still grass on the surface. And Tyson looking to exploit each blade of it outside the off stump. Good delivery. Oh, what a delivery. That was hitting on maybe middle and off. He had to play and just seeming to seam away and bouncing. And lucky to go past the outside edge and into the gloves of the keeper. So we see that had to play and lovely delivery. Benjamin taking that head height. He's not a tall man, but a lovely delivery from Tyson. We'll move in again to Louie. This time it's wide of off stump. And Louie is in control, allowing it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So Tyson, who picked up a 7-wicket haul here, Coxey, versus St. Lucia in the Windward's regional Super 50. So conditions that he has enjoyed and done well in. Down the leg side, a little wayward, but good work by little keeper Benjamin. Getting a high five from Ambris as we get closer and closer to lunch, maybe the last over before the interval.
And again, the same pattern of that gap, no third slip. It's 1, 2, and then a huge gap going to gully. So they've been using that not for John, but for Duscat and for Tyson.
Oh boy, interesting out there in the middle. Ambris has left his second slip position and flipped the bails. And then Louie flipped them back to the original position. Tyson to Louie on the leg side. Brilliant. Doesn't play. Brilliant save by Benjamin to complete the over. And at the end of it, we have come to lunch on day 3. A very dramatic, very eventful 2 hours of play. 165 the Leewards started as they resumed on day 3 for 7, when they were only able to get to 195 and being asked to follow on. They have gone up to 31 for 3, still trailed by 254. Reds, your impressions on the 2 hours of play so far?
Well, it's been all Windwards, all Windwards. Disappointment this morning is, in fact, Louie, from the Leeward's point of view, from his own career point of view, didn't complete. He battled away to, 83 yesterday, and can only be described as a fairly weak effort to be caught very simple catch. Ball hit high in the air. Didn't really seem to maybe be in two minds what he exactly wanted to play. He picked up two men, one at long leg and one at square leg, and they folded up at 195, starting at 167 for five. And ideally, the playbook should be that they should be about 31 without loss, but they're 31 for three. But like the middle order of the Windwards, the Leewards now has got to produce that kind of middle order fight back.
Indeed. So the lead on first innings, 285, as the Leewards were bowled out, as Reds indicated, for 195. And in that effort, we had a 5-wicket haul.
And welcome back to the Darren Sammy, where the game is about to resume after lunch with the Leewards 254 behind. They're 31 for 3 of 14 overs. Jamal, I didn't have a microphone to hear what they were saying, but you will think that the Leewards focus was, look, let's try and bat right through this session if it's possible.
Most certainly, and with Mikyle Louie and Justin Graves at the crease, we have mentioned the value of international experience, and they're going to need to summon all of that in order to cope with the task at hand.
Well, it's the Scott, who's had a very good morning, ball to Graves. Graves efficiently off the back foot. He's a nice looking player, I think by nature a stroke player. He's not a grafter. And he's often running to lunch, so there are 32 on the board. They've lost some important wickets. Henry for 9, Carty for 1, Gore didn't trouble Roland Cox scoring. There's 2 slips, no third slip, wide gully. And that's played away to a feeling position that the commentators in general are having difficulty to understand. Why a backward point when you are 252 asking the Leewards to clear off? To be in an orthodox position, but that's the decision by Athena, so he's in charge. The Scott goes in, and Jamal, welcome back after lunch. We see the same pattern. 2 slips, no third slip, gully.
Yes, and that man posted at deep backward point. Clearly a run-saving position. As you mentioned, a bit difficult to understand, but we've seen that he's been kept quite busy on the ropes.
Well, you'd be just as busy at backward points, but that is what it is. Scott starting and then decided that he just didn't have the rhythm. The Scott from the far end, the Kai Marge end. Nicely worked away. A lot of body behind that, not just using hands, but there was body and hands coordination. The strike is rotated once more. It's nice to be able to see someone that you saw play in England, Louis, in the flesh now.
And he's looking quite good, putting himself well as opening bat. Quite decisive when leaving the ball and stroking it through the offside.
The Scott to Louis outside the off stump. And again, Benjamin working maybe much harder than he would like to, but he virtually took that in front of first slip. But that's the job of the keeper. Jeffrey Dujon used to be brilliant whenever the West Indies fast bowlers were off the mark. But just to go back to Louis, I mean, he had a great opportunity to pick up his second 100 of the season. Overnight, he was, 83? Driving hard, but doesn't beat the man running across from the wideman off position. But he did enough quick movement off the feet to get there and stop it going any further.
Yes, the Windward's team, they do possess some good fielders. Alec Affin's captain, quite sharp, quick mover across the ground.
That completes the end of that over for the first after the interval. So, they're going to have Tyson to continue. Tyson brought into the attack just before lunch. We had one over, conceding one run. But he did pick up the fiver, 5 for 45, Roland? Yeah, 5 for 45. He was 10 not 31-4. Was kept out of the attack, but had the right attitude. He was chips in, as they say in Creole. Wasn't chips in. He came in. He was then part of the attack, and he did his job. And now he has further work for the Windwards, and he's going to come in from the Grosley end, or the commentary box end, northern end, all kinds of ends. So it's Tommy Tyson coming very quickly, and outside the off stump, not making batsman play. Conditions still good, both for batting and bowling.
I was just thinking the same, that there's still so much life left in this wicket, albeit this the third day. Haven't seen much deterioration of the surface.
Now, maybe towards the end of the fourth day, fifth day, Tyson moving in 3 for 35. No pressure on the batsman. Just pulling out of the shot. You were saying that your school played against your alma mater. What were the scores?
It's been a pretty low scoring tournament, but we were able to restrict SMC for under 100 runs, 90. We chased that down for lots of 6 wickets. So
you got the bragging rights. Okay, Tyson goes in, and he doesn't have to play. Louie just picking up the line. No doubt they had a long discussion, the Leewards at lunchtime, and we really must try to turn around our fortunes, but it has to be a mixed blend of discipline, of good shot selection, of concentration, and believing. Tyson just wide of mark. Just wide of the mark, and this over Jason not making the batsman play.
yes, but it's good decision making from Mikyle Louie, and you summed it up quite well, Reds. And that combination of factors needs to be spot on. Good discipline, shot selection. They need to be quite decisive where that is concerned. Still a lot of time left in this game, and they must believe.
Do you have an example of the Windwards in the first innings? 58 for 4. They fought back. And slightly squared up there. I think he was looking to play through the arm. That took the outside edge, so one must say, well bowled, Tyson. It ran all along the ground. It didn't go to hand. But initially, looking to tuck it in the onside, and got the line wrong. The movement was there, and 4 more runs to the total. Welcome runs as it moves up to 39 for 3. Louie going to 17. Beautiful delivery.
Yes, Tyson really getting that ball to hoop from that middle stump line. Was forcibly enticed by that acreage of space on the onside.
Still no third slip. And that's if he was a little if he was a little sleepy after lunch, that was a wake up one. He had to get down on his knees. He's a big man and pull the back as they climbed over the middle stump to end of the over. At the end of that over, he is 17, Graves is 10. There are 246 to make. The Windwards bat again. They're 3 for 39, Jason.
It's some really good bowling from Tyson. He does boast impressive pace, so he's no one-trick pony. So he has shown us some swing. He showed us the in-leaping Yorker yesterday. Now showing us the bouncer and just having Mikyle Louie collapsing to his knees to evade this one.
Martinez just using a little bit of spin when he brought Hodge into the attack, but it's really been a three-man application outside the off stump. Stan realizing from the body language that he got that wrong. Wide, no pressure at all. This Stan 8.1 overs, 2 for 25, and the figures of John, excellent. 2 wickets for 1 run. That's down the leg side and turn away. Down to our left, we have a beautiful broadcast position. Lovely scoreboard to our far left. International scorer to our right. The flags not really being pushed out. The high ground in the distance is a bit of an ambiance theater. And one of the actors, the Scott, comes in and solid forward defensive shot with his life depending on it. And the total in the battle under this warm sun, the battle is on. It's 40 for 3, Jason.
I really enjoyed that description there from you, Reds. Always bringing in the excitement. Shadrach Descott, he has been impressive with what he's been doing, and this is a good battle. Descott showing some good skill. Mikyle Louie showing good judgment.
The Scott pitching up, driving straight to mid-off. There's a little bit of tension out there. I mean, we don't have a large crowd who are sitting on the edge, but we can certainly feel that what's happening in front of us. There's a contest by the Windwards to get full points, and by the Leewards to try and save it. Driving, just taking the outside part of the bat, I would think, and being able to scramble a single as the mid-off had to come around to his left. So 1 more to the total. It's 3 for 41. We'll try and upgrade you with the other scores if they become available. People standing back and doing a very good job, Benjamin. 2 slips, no third slip. Gully, Scott Bowles, playing nicely off the pads. Again, good footwork, the hands and the body all working together. Single will keep him to strike. So Leeward's a 42 for 3. He's 18, 12 to Graves, and they have batted in a fairly responsible way since the resumption.
As is to be expected of players who represent the region at the international level. But greater is expected of this partnership. And I think persons all around the region would hope that they can get some runs under the belt in preparation for the series that you've been hinting at, Reds. Australia is soon to come.
Yes. Yes, matches in Barbados, in Grenada, and in Jamaica, which I think is a big ball game.
Mm.
So Tyson will continue. So all around Caribbean, definitely in the Leewards, they're looking for a fight back. That's worked away nicely by the Barbadian Graves. Yeah. Nice to see the cross border. I think should happen more often. I know when it was first introduced, I felt that the West Indies board should have made it a rule that you must have two players coming from another part of the Caribbean. I remember at one time it was Raymond Reefer and a Jamaican off spinner in the Guyana team. No ball called and is driven up towards wide mid off. So the total will jump up by 2, moves to 45 for 3. But I do like the fact that you could have a Barbadian playing for the Windwards and a Jamaican playing for the Leewards.
Yes, in recent times, the Windwards have accepted a lot of players from Barbados. Remember, Kyle Mayers
Yep,
played for the franchise.
yep. I remember talking about his experience in Dominica when there was the hurricane. He said it was quite frightening. And that he's turning him around there because again we see the delivery racing down towards third man. Will it be pulled back? Yes, just inside the boundary from backward square. And looking again to play through the onside, and that ball just moving away from the off stump. Squared him up. He came back for the second, but he was not in control.
Not at all. Being squared up by a good delivery again, you need to have the understanding of what the bowler is presenting. Gillen Tyson getting that ball to shape away quite appreciably from the line of the stumps. So that shot was definitely fraught with a lot of risk.
Tyson 2.2, none for 10. Outside the off stump, curling back after it passes the off stump. And Benjamin have to skip across or score Roland Cox in the colours of Job. Very colourful. Hasn't bought a shirt in his life. They're all free from various sporting organizations. There are 24 at home he hasn't used yet. Tyson. In the commentary box end, nice brisk, fresh approach. Greaves drives, gets it away through square cover. They can come back for the second. He moves very quickly into the shot. But Roland Cox has earned those bits of sporting gear because he's done a great job for sports tourism in this country. He normally looks after the overseas teams coming to play. It's all about finding grounds, finding the pitches being made, finding the umpires, and the transportation and the lunches and etc. Tyson bowls off the back foot. He's quick in his movement, Graves, as he picks up another single, brings Louie into the strike. 3 for 49. Roland, you have any groups coming soon? Okay, so an English group. Where they coming from? Which school? Well, we'll get that later from Roland. He's got to dig into his files. That's pitched right up, and the over is in fact completed. So another good over for Tyson, another good over from the Windwards, and they're 15 for 3. In case you have just, in fact, joined us, welcome, wherever you are. The situation is that the Leewards were 5 for 167, all out for 195. They were, in fact, sent back in. And at lunch, they were 31 for 3. They lost Henry, Carty, and goal. And since then, they have resumed. It's 3 for 50. Jason.
As the decision definitely justified by this bowling performance. 50 for 3. Wickets to Shadrach Descott, who has kept the men in the slip cordon quite busy. There's been some really good bowling by the men from the Volcanoes. And to your point a while ago, I was a beneficiary from Mr. Cox's generosity. I played a number of games against the teams that he has brought down to St. Lucia.
There are no misters in this box. It's rolling.
It's real.
It's reds. So it's just got to continue. And that's forced away, picking it up through the left of the mid-wicket fieldsman. And it's just pulled back by the boot. Must have some footballing skills. And they're back for a second. Graves moves to 20. He's just ahead of Louie, who is 19, but it's not a race. It's a partnership to dig the Leewards out of deep trouble and maybe to make a game of it, but that will take a lot of batting in the second innings. Athens just pulling in the mid-wicket, who's coming a little squarer. 2 steps in a gully, just about starting to crouch. And again, squaring him up. Had to change the shot. He started to move towards playing to the off. And all of a sudden, he found the ball much more in the line of the middle and off stump and had to play a lot straighter. Lost the shape. But he got down and was able to play a defensive shot.
As by and large, the batters have been unfazed by what's been presented, except for when those deliveries are straight with a slight movement away. Tend to play across the ball, something to look at.
Just driven, chin up. Just looking at the bat a bit. Graves to say, "You have let me down." Well, these days, batsmen can call for 1 or 4 or 5 bats. In the days I played cricket, you had 1 bat maybe to share around about 4 or 5 people. Delivery, which is again picked up nicely off the toes, but the adjustment by Attilas have stopped the flow of runs through the wicket because he's pulled the man a little rung towards the squaring umpire. That was going straight there. 3 for 52. Scott having maybe more work than he expected in this. He batted well. He scored 100. He's 2 for 30 in the second innings ball. And developing into a genuine all-rounder for St. Lucia and the Windwards and maybe beyond. Who knows? Someone who probably could go to England and play pretty good quality league cricket.
Certainly, especially with what we've seen from him with the new ball. He has shown some good skill, has shaped the ball both ways, and has maintained a consistent line and length. So,
yes, overall he is bowled with good control. There's 3 for 52. He bowled once more. To Graves, and Graves flicks that. He plays that shot very well. And looking maybe for a second, that was not on. But I think he's very strong off the pads.
Yes, and Graves in recent times has again enhanced his resume as a batter. You can recall those centuries in the Super 50, and that really catapulted him
Back to
into,
back, back to back.
yes, really accomplished an amazing feat. And from what we're seeing here, he has started off quite well. He's looking the part.
But he's got to 21. His partner Louie in 19. And from 31 to 3 at lunch, they've taken it safely to 3 for 3. We haven't got the usual group of tourists that was on the far side in the players' pavilion. Maybe they may be coming later. So a little bit of repairs being done to the. Well, I think the shoelaces might have come a little loose, and Louis getting some assistance.
But Reds, those stories may have made plans to have made it a date for tomorrow, but if things continue to go the way of the Windward Volcanoes, they may just have to cancel those plans quickly.
Well, we really hope that we have a game on situation. A game on situation. Now, the covers come a little closer. Mid-off and mid-on are fairly close in. Mid-wicket is right out. Backward point is right out as being commented in. And Graves all action. Good movement of the feet to get him in line. And out on the offside. Roland Butcher, the former England batsman, Barbadian born, just launched his book. We like to wish him very well. It's all about his life, going to England as a young man and going all the way to play for Middlesex and England. That's turned away well enough to come back for the second run, as Tyson is outside the line of the leg stump. So we wish him very well. I just got a copy of a Clyde Walker book, and the focus by the writer is cricketer administrator, because he was, of course, the president of Sir Clyde Walker, the late president of the ICC. I think overall did a very good job during a difficult time. Tyson's on his way and quickly into his wicket, picking up the opportunity to turn it away. It wasn't all that full, but it wasn't all that short either. It was that kind of back of the length shot, but not the one he can play off the back foot. He had to turn it away. 19 to Louis, 22 to Greaves now. And it's the West Indies opener who is in strike. Big pick of the batter we first saw from, let's say, Tony Gregg, and playing no shot there. For a long time, we didn't see West Indies using it, but it drifted into the international game. You know, just about everyone. This weekend, we'll see India and New Zealand. I know that Claudius is not a betting man. He didn't want to bet me $1. I said he didn't want to save. He wanted to save me $1. I wonder who he's got his dollar on. Driving, nice looking shot, but it's not really adding to the total. It goes straight as a die, straight towards the mid-off-fieldsman. Tyson, very busy back as he walks. Just got 2 for 31. John not in the attack, 4 overs. And he's taken 1 for 2. Hodge had just, what, 2 overs done for 7. A brief spell of left arm orthodox. 3 for 53. Well taken. Well taken. I'm talking about Benjamin. Took it high with the right glove. And in a few minutes from now, we'll have a change of voice because Claudius will come to relieve myself.
Yes, and read a marathon spell from Shadrach Descott of 10 overs, coming to an end now as we see the keeper Benjamin putting on that helmet, indication of the introduction of spin to the attack. It looks to be Daryl Cyrus, the leggy, to operate from the players' pavilion.
And he bowled with pretty good control.
It's got some good fizz of the surface as well. It's not the sort of surface that really supports spin bowling by way of turn, but Claudius did mention there is bounce on offer.
Well, let's do some justice to Descott. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. He served the Windwards very well. Ray John having a good rest. He probably could be brought into the attack, maybe from this end, in place of Louie. But that all will emerge as the battle will continue shortly with leg spin. He's got a 5 for the season already. And he comes in, and always a challenge. You see the leg break coming up, and it's driven down towards the long off, driven not against the spin, but driven with the spin. 3 for 57. Graves 25. And goes back to maybe an attempted flipper. When I was growing up at the intercolonial time, 25 used to be a quarter century, and the crowd used to applaud. Oh, wow. Well, that's a long time ago. That's clipped away up. Thought for a moment he had pulled it back, and it goes through the extra cover position. Played it very, very smartly. Beat the man in the inner circle, in the area of the cover. So important runs there for Louie. It moves up to 23. It goes to 61 for 3. It's a long time we haven't had a boundary.
Yes, and not one as superbly timed as this one. Again, Mikyle Louie, whenever he gets out into that front foot, definitely looks spectacle. You see some reinforcements to the offside. That fielder taken out from 45 to cover point.
So leg spinner then continues, and Cyrus, I'm seeing that driven quite swiftly down to the wide long on. 62. The loss of 3. Greaves now is in strikers. So he goes to 24. Well bowled, flattered delivery, and getting a single, which initially he probably didn't expect, but the mid-on didn't seem to move quickly enough, and he took the opportunity to move to 26. Strike is rotated. That's back to the leg spinner, this time in a different direction, playing off the back foot to the long on. That completes the over. It's more from you, and then will we have Claudius.
So the score 64 for 3 after 21 overs. Just saw the first over spin. Captain Afan is opting for leg spin services of Cyrus as opposed to Demba. And it's going to be spin from both ends as we see the return of Gavin Hodge and the return of Claudius Emmanuel in the come box.
Thank you, Jamal. So spin from both ends and gives us an opportunity to assess how the surface is responding to spin. I know we have introduced the theory that this track is not offering assistance to spin. Well, we have an opportunity to test that hypothesis. Mathematics teacher.
Yes.
As Hodge bowls to Louie. Louie plays it up on the one side. There's no run. 64 for 3. The deficit 2-2-2. Louie goes back and will get a single to Demba. Who's that long on? There's no run. Your day job is to teach mathematics, is it not?
Yes, sir. Mathematics teacher, cricket coach of the school as well. The dean of discipline.
Dean of discipline, my word. Goes back. There's Louie and Graves, correction, playing up on the offside. Sir is the dean of discipline. I want to ask him about that. As Graves will get another single to long on. He goes to 26, 27 now. So Graves actually ahead of Louie. Score going 66 for 3. Hodge to Louie. Louie looking to step out, but a little more intent in the drive. Finds the middle. And the total remains 66 for 3. Hodge to Louie. Louie is inside out over the head of the extra cover. And he will get the boundary behind him for 4. So in fact, he was looking to be more positive. We saw an indication of that in the previous delivery, but executing well on this occasion, getting the boundary, the over coming to an end. At the end of it, he goes to 30. And the Leeward's Volcanoes 70 for 3. Partnership prospering now with 46.
Yes, more of a statement than a cricket shot. Exquisitely well timed once more from Mikyle Louie. Quite proficient through the offside, playing with the turn. Although not much spin there from Gavin Hodge, so he would have backed himself to play that shot. So we had mentioned that a chance to be quite tactful, to attack the spin. The Pacers have done the bulk of the work. And if they do not allow the spinners to settle, it would be really good from a Leeward's point of view.
Cyrus, 1 over for 8 runs continuing. The leg spinner to Graves, who's back and plays up on the onside. What's the role of the Dean of Discipline, Jamal?
Dean, academic title. So one of 2 individuals responsible for the academics and behavioral issues of students on my level, grade 8s, Form 2s.
Cyrus to Graves. Graves plays forward. Back to the bowler. So you deal with disciplinary issues?
Yes, sir. You know, at that age, students tend to be a handful.
But you've got your hands full in terms of being dean and maths teacher, sports master. Put away by Graves for a single as he goes to 28, 71 for 3. I guess you're able to juggle that quite well.
Yeah, certainly kept busy, but you have to do it while you're young, Claudius.
Cyrus to Louie. Louie is struck on the pad, looking to turn it. A shout, a hopeful shout, not a serious appeal to the umpire. Cyrus continuing. Louie forward. And plays a dot ball. Total remaining on 71 for 3. So Mikyle Louie battling away. Knows the importance of staying there with Graves, the two West Indies batters. Looking to use his feet. We'll get a single as Cyrus does not pick up Finley. So one more to Louis at the end of the over is 31. It's 3 for 72. The deficit 221.
A much better second over from Daryl Cyrus. Did not concede a boundary. 2 overs for 10. You had mentioned, Claudius, that this would have been an assessment of the spin available, but with the action from Daryl Cyrus, it's going to be pretty hard for him to get some deviation from the surface. Leg spinners, you generally need to have your arm at 2 o'clock if you think of point of release on a clock, and his is basically at 12, so we generally get the ball to spin into the right hand.
Hodge bowls a flat delivery at the end of the over, at the beginning of the over number 24. Solitary slip waiting in John. Flighted on this occasion, clipped away for a single to long on, his 32nd run. The total going to 73. Is it 72? 3 wickets are down. 73. Scoreboard a little behind. Coxie tells me it's 73. That's what we've got on our monitor as well. Clipped away. Good work by the captain. Knocking it towards Hodge to complete the fielding. Graves kept on 28. Hodge with a long on in place, deep mid wicket as well. Flighted delivery. Graves turning it fine away from backwards square leg fielder. Good work by Descart. And getting the return in. So one more to Graves. 29 is you give the assessment of spin, but I think we probably have not seen enough. This is day 3. Descart maybe in some difficulty with that slide-in attempt to field, taking some time to get into a standing position on knees now, and we'll get assistance from the physio, our friend from PT Martinique.
It's not good signs for Shadrach Descott, requiring some assistance to get off the field, but it's good to see that he is walking off.
Yes, in fact, looks like it's going to take some time to get some attention from the physio, as we're going to have a substitute to replace Descott. Just coming up with a little issue as he slid in the last over to complete the fielding. We'll continue with Hodge. Moving into Louie. Louis forward and plays into the offside. So I think we need to see a little bit more in terms of spin deliveries, number of overs to make a proper assessment. Hodge adding to the sample size turns it away, Louis, and the ball being fielded by Tyson, who's coming off the square leg boundary. So at the end of over number 24, 75 for 3. And Jamal just making sure that our conclusion about the spin experiment is not premature. Let's get more in the sample size.
A good point for sure, but how much of reputation comes into play where that is concerned, knowing that Kavem Hodge is not known to be a big spinner of the ball on a normal day.
let's wait because he's still got opportunities to make the statement. Forward goes Louis, dive in, saved by Ambris at that mid-off position. But you made an interesting point about the action of Cyrus as he comes in from the south. The back foot cut away, but the fielder is posted at the point boundary, so it'll be just a single to Louis. One more to him. He goes to 34, 76 for three. So you're saying that Cyrus goes beyond the vertical?
Yes, leg spinners, when you're teaching them to bowl you, think of it like a clock when you're releasing the ball and you want the arm to be at 2 o'clock.
He's down the leg side and picked up by the keeper. So essentially, that arm has to come almost round arm instead of over the top, like as we see with Asima.
Yes, you think of the Brits like Shane Warne.
Shane Warne, yeah, he was quite characteristic in that delivery that's driven. In fact, that one almost coming at 11 o'clock. He went so far beyond the vertical, almost on the other side. Cyrus comes in again to Graves. Graves forward, gets a good long stride in and plays up on the offside, 76 for three. So these two, they have put on 58 for the fourth wicket, the type of response that they would have been expecting from the Leeward's management, looking to do a repair job. Driving his Graves beats Cyrus in the follow through, and we'll get a single to long off as the over comes to an end. The 25th of the innings. Graves 30, Louis 34, 77 for three. The Hurricanes are still 208 runs behind.
Yes, but you must commend the effort thus far from these two experienced batters. And at the moment, it's looking a bit easy, to be honest. The moment that spin was introduced, they seem more settled, more decisive, and runs are flowing. Hodge, 4 overs, has already conceded 16. So it's fair to say that the spinners have not built the pressure. Seems to be a release, in fact.
Hodge to continue over number 26 of the innings to Graves. Graves is back right onto his stumps and turning that to backward square leg. Someone on the field is shouting, oh, thinking that it was a close thing. I think Graves had it well covered. Tends to go right back onto his stumps. Shot mid-on in Ambris position. There's also a straightish mid-wicket, so they are onto something, and behind them a long on. Solitary slip backward point, extra cover mid-on. Delivery that Graves is playing quietly and almost being held back by Hodge. And just with the positioning of Ambris at that shot mid-on and Itanes at mid-wicket, you just sense that they are working on something. Forward, faster delivery. And played up to Atenes. So the Windwards are onto something there against Graves, Jamal.
Must commend the captaincy. These are the areas where Graves has been comfortably picking up singles, so attacking with the field.
Hodge to Graves. Flighted delivery driven on the offside. We'll get a single to mid off. Good response from Louie. Graves getting the single, going to 31. positive foundation for the partnership. 60. And of course, needing to go on and on for the Leeward's Volcanoes. Hodge to Louie now. Louie driving on the bounce back to Hodge. As the total remains 78 for 3. Round the wicket. Hodge to Louie. Louie back. Turns it straight to the fielder. And back with square leg. And there is no run. So we're coming up to just about an hour of play after lunch. An opportunity for us to maybe just look at the history of this regional 4-day game. Of course, starting back all the way back to 1965. In fact, Reds yesterday was giving us a story about a game back then, 1965. So we have had somewhat 59 years of cricket at the regional level. 58 all told, because there would have been 1 year was no competition back in 1968. And all that to research, all that information complements Roland Cox. Forward goes Graves and playing into the offside. There's no run. Of the 58 years of this competition, guess who Jamal has won the most? Ooh. Quiz for you. As go answer yet. As Cyrus bowls to Graves, slipped away up into the onside, and there's no run. I know, Jamal, this is many years before you were born, but I'm putting you on the spot. 58 years of regional cricket. Who's the winningest of regional teams, as a dot ball is produced by Graves upon the onside.
Yes, are you trying to take my dollar like you took Reds?
No, I don't want to take any money from you. Just looking to test your knowledge of the regional circuit. So Graves goes back and plays to mid on. There's no run.
I'm definitely thinking it would be Barbados.
And Barbados it is. Right on the ball. So Cyrus to Graves, Graves forward. A Barbadian playing up to extra cover, no run. So of the 58 years, Barbados has in fact won 24 years. 24 years. In fact, one of those years they shared with Trinidad and Tobago. So 24 years Barbados has won the regional title. Cyrus outside the off-stump driven. Straight to the fielder at the extra cover. So the over is completed. At the end of it, 78 for 3. Graves is 31 and Louie 34.
Yes, Barbados does possess a rich cricketing history. And the Barbadian in the middle, Justin Greaves, doing well for Leeward's franchise. 41 of 55. Mikyle Louie going well again, making full use of his opportunity under this bright sunshine and on this blissful batting paradise. Preparation job in progress.
Yeah, so Barbados winning the very first one back in 65. It was then the Shell Shield. Forward goes Louie. And there's no run. So Shell Shield would have sponsored from 1965 all the way to the late 80s. Outside the off stump, faster delivery. And Louie missing. The bill's being whipped off by Benjamin, but he was grounded. So Barbados winning 24. In second position in terms of titles, Guyana, 13. One of those being shared with the Leeward Islands. Louis getting a delivery down the leg side, taking it on the pad. So a little discomfort for Louie in this over from Hodge. Plugging away, Hodge to Louie. Louie back, hits hard into the ground, back to Hodge. So 13 titles for Guyana. Number 3, Jamaica, 12 titles. We've got 5 by Trinidad and Tobago. Louie drive in will get the single to mid-off. It's tight, but the fielder doesn't pick up cleanly. And so what might have been a tight single is quite comfortable in the end. One more to Louie. He goes to 35-79 for 3. So titles by Trinidad and Tobago, 5. Leeward Islands. In fact, in those 5 titles, one of them shared with Barbados. Forward goes the Barbadian Graves to complete the over. So 28 completed. Graves is 31, Louie 35, and 79 for 3. So just continuing the original history back from 65 to 2024. So 24 Barbados, 13 Guyana, 12 Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago 5, Leeward Islands 4. Leeward's actually sharing one of those 4 with Guyana. Humber Islands 1 way back in 1981. And the Windwards, in whatever version the team has been called, they have yet to win this title. Back goes Louie, and we'll get a single out towards the onside. Single that takes Louie to 36, and the total 80 for 3. Interesting though, although Guyana is way behind Barbados in terms of titles, within the last 4 years, well, within the last 10 years, Guyana, they've won 5, 7. As Graves is driving into the offside, and he gets another single. He goes to 32, 81 for 3. And Cyrus continuing. So Guyana has been in good recent form. They have won the last 2 years, 2023 and 2024. Barbados winning the 2 years before that. Looking to sweep is Louie, and struck on the path. So it's been a ding-dong battle between Barbados and Guyana over the last 11 years. Driven by Louie. Was that a catch? Well, from the reaction of the players, that seemed to have been a catching attempt that Cyrus didn't accept, as Louie will get a single to go to 36 and 37 correction, and it's 82 for 3, as Cyrus would move in once again. But also Louie edge down to third man. Will go pretty close to the boundary, but will be pulled back by Atenes. And Louie will, in fact, it's Graves who's getting the single. So, correction, a couple. Graves going to 32, but all of a sudden, catching opportunities. Well, this one wasn't quite a catch. It was airborne, but the previous one seemed to have gone to hand and not taken off the bat of Louie. Cyrus bowls to Graves. Graves turns it out to backward square leg. They will come back for the second, as the ball is traveling sufficiently slowly to allow them to do so. So 2 more to Graves to complete the over. At the end of it, he's 36. And the total 86 for 3, as we come to 1 hour of play after lunch. So these two continuing a good job in this partnership. Is now worth 68. And as we come to the first drinks break after lunch, an opportunity, Jamal, to just assess what we have seen post-lunch and the overall position of the game. The deficit 199.
It's been a good battle between bat and ball here at the Darren Sammy. Just in that over, Daryl Cyrus, an exceptional fielder generally, and especially of his own bowling, would have fancied his chances of clinging on to that last one, but such was the ferocity with which it was struck that he wasn't able to. So they could have seen the back of Mikyle Louie, but it wasn't to be, much to the delight of the Leeward Hurricanes. Score 86 for 3, in need of a serious repair job, and no better pair to do it than the experienced Graves and Louie. The Windwards, they would have certainly have felt that the decision to enforce the follow-on would have been vindicated, picking up those 3 wickets. Shadrach Descott finally saw some reward for his good, consistent bowling. So showing us that he's not just good with the bat, just going at 100, but is able to contribute with ball in hand. Quite unfortunate that after making a good stop in the field that he may have pulled something, may have gotten injured. We're not quite sure of the extent as yet, but certainly has had a good match. So Ryan John picking up a wicket as well. That outswing and knocking top of the off stump, that was from Casey Carty. So some big wickets back in the shed. Dean Henry is back in the hut. One of the century makers for the Hurricanes. Casey Carty, the test player, sent in for an early shower. Thanks to John Kerry McGaw, caught from Sunil Ambrose of the bowling of Descott. So the Leewards Hurricanes, they have put up some big partnerships in the tournament thus far. So they are capable of doing such, and this is what is required. Deficit 199. So if they are tactful, the conditions are right, and they could bat for a long time and cause some headaches for Afanez and his men.
Indeed. Let's look at the bowling figures as the players continue to refresh themselves in the water break. So the Volcanoes starting with Descott, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. Ryan John still in the thick of things, but maybe not having much work in the second innings yet. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. Tafem Hodge, 6 overs, no maidens, not for 18. Gillen Tyson, 4 overs, no maidens, not for 16. And then Daryl Cyrus, 5 overs, 1 maiden, not for 19. Jamal James takes a break and momentarily will be joined by Reds Pereira. Still continuing to do yeoman service after all these years. A testimony to his passion and love for the game. In his mid-80s, still going strong, making a comeback after he says it's not a comeback, but it's with us, and continuing to lend his unique and quality vocals to regional cricket. Delivery that is flipped away by Louie. Back to Hodge, who's starting as the Dominican will continue to Louie. Louie is forward, much slower delivery, playing up to Ambrose. There's no run, so 86 for 3. The Leeward's management will be happy with this partnership so far. It needs to continue. Hodge to Louie. Louie turns it. Will get the single to the left of the backward Squelic fielder. The total going up by the single to 87 for 3. Louie, 38. He has faced 90 balls. Graves, 36. He has faced 59. Important partnership for these two. The future of the game depending on this partnership. 69 in terms of runs. Graves going back, this time finding the backward square leg fielder. And the total remaining 87 for 3. Yesterday, Reds was going down memory lane with us with a game back in 65. He was telling us about Combine Islands. I wanted to quiz him about what happened back in 68 when there was no competition. I don't think he can quite recall, but it's interesting maybe to look at the history of the 59 years of the competition so far. Number of winners: Barbados overall, Combine Islands featuring there as winners in 81. Back goes Graves in front of his stumps and playing up on the onside at the end of the over. So 87 for 3. The lead is still 198.
Yes, and they've had a good 60 odd minutes at the break. They had moved to 86 to 3, a 68 partnership. Louis 37, Graves 36. I did have a little look back memory lane, but that depends on the afternoon. But back to the Shell Shield, a great competition. I mean, it brought our first class level equivalent of England and Australia.
Absolutely. And the quality of cricket there very high as Cyrus starts a new over. And it was like a test match when the original
Oh,
team
yes.
turned out. And of course, Reds, you had quality players who didn't get into the West Indies team, but was strong enough to make other international teams.
There are many examples of that.
Cyrus to Louie driving along the ground and bringing a long off of the boundary. Gets one. He goes to 39, 87 for 3.
And one of the things of those days, you didn't have the kind of media coverage of players. You know, everything, Jamaica arriving to play Barbados or coming to play Guyana, you hardly knew much about them.
Cyrus to Graves. Graves plays forward. Back to Cyrus.
And people, I mean, hundreds of people will turn up to the nets if Barbados is in the nets or Jamaica's in the nets or the Combined Islands in the nets, just for the net practice.
Absolutely. Cyrus again to Graves. Graves forward and plays up on the onside. And it was also nice to see the rivalry of West Indies players playing for their respective regional teams.
Yep, yep. And even those days, you had people crossing. Keith Barker, whose son is playing in England, a Barbadian, played for Guyana.
Back goes Graves and will get a single to backward square leg. And there was always that argument, Reds, as to whether the West Indies in their heyday, whether their batsmen or how would their batsmen fare against the battery of fast bowlers. And oftentimes, the the fast bowlers won the contest?
I would think so. I don't know. I mean, the batsman will say, "What? We will certainly hold our own." The likes of Sobers and Kanhai and Nerds and Butcho. Well, I mean, I saw some great contests between Barbados and Guyana, with Barbados with a fast attack and the Guyanese batting. Um, but those days, unfortunately, have gone.
Yes, absolutely. Cox is making the point of so-called regional bullies, guys who really dominated regional cricket, but couldn't really get a look in because I guess of the strength of the West Indies core team. And
Ralston Otto.
Ralston Otto was one.
On a fine season, they just couldn't get in.
Yes, scoring heavily.
Morris Foster.
Morris Foster would have been another one. Forward goes Graves as Hodge is
Penny Pinnock.
back into the attack. Renford Pinnock,
Yep.
the Jamaican. So Shell Shield being the original sponsor. Then we went to Red Stripe and then Buster Cup. Forward goes Graves, playing to backward square leg. So Shell Shield up in the late 80s. Then we had Red Stripe. And then into the
Then
late
we have
90s.
Carib.
Then we got Buster Cup. Buster Cup between 97 and the year 2001. Clipped away by Graves for a single. That would take him to 38 and the total going to 90 for 3. So Carib Bear being the sponsor, 2002 up to 2007. Then we sort of lost the sponsorship because from 2007, 2008, we have had the original 4-day, then followed by the WICB Professional League, and now the West Indies Championship. So the generosity of the sponsors drying up, Reds, in the year just before the World Cup period, driven by Louie.
Missed opportunity there.
Offside, straight to the fielder. There's no run, 90 for 3.
Yes, that should have been gone through extra cover on the full toss.
Hodge again to Louie. Faster delivery and the appeal going up. But umpire Crawford is not interested. In fact, he's just walking away. And as we look at it on the monitor once again, outside off stump. And I think beaten for pace. That ball was already through to the keeper when Louis got the bat down. And although there was excitement from the bowler and the fielders, there seemed to be quite a bit of daylight between.
And it wasn't sustained the appeal, but it was a dangerous shot. I mean, while he was trying to cut it off an inch away from the off stump.
Yes, I think he was beaten for pace. Good thinking by Hodge. He has been changing his pace to Louis, and I think unluckily for Hodge, it wasn't on target. I think had that been a few inches towards the stumps, I think Louis would have been in a lot of trouble. As Cyrus will continue, this time to Graves. Graves back and plays up on the offside.
He's bowled well for a man who's bowling leggies.
Yes, the control has been good, but I don't know if you picked up on the point that Jamal was making, that he tends to go beyond the arc of what is optimal for spin delivery that is being driven into the offside. Graves looking for the second, but Louis not responding. Graves for a while there in a little trouble, but recovering. 1 to him, 39. He's level with Louis in terms of runs, but Louis has faced more deliveries than him, 91 for 3. Louis has faced 96, Graves 70. Louis driving his 97th delivery straight to mid-off. And there's no run. They're still doing a good job reducing the deficit to 194. Their partnership was 73. Solitary slip in position. Cyrus to Louis. Louis lets it go. Spins away from him. Jamal was suggesting that there's not a lot of spin. So, or going through to the keeper. Bounce still very much there though. Operating from the southern end. Cyrus in his 7th over. Not for 22. To Louis. Louis forward. And plays up to Ambris at short extra cover. There's no run.
You know, if you look at Cyrus, he probably has the shortest run for a leg spinner. I mean, he really makes an effort to quicken up the action.
A few paces. And big appeal. but umpire, this time umpire Butler saying no as the over is completed. As we look at it on the monitor, ooh, bit of a wrong one there. Googly coming back. Reds, what did you make of that one? Going down?
Well, I can only feel that the decision by the umpire was exactly that, going down. But excellent work, excellent work. But I'll tell you a little story about the Shell Shield. It came to an end when West Indies were on tour in India. I was at the OECS sports desk, and Jackie Hedrick said, some sad news. Shell will never, no more sponsor the cricket.
Yeah.
I sent a telex to Tony Walcott in Barbados saying, we have started football in the OECS. We used to have Popham. We've now trying to have a Leewards, Windwards, or Wales thing. And he came back and said, yes, I'm interested. And the second thing, he came back and said, listen, the CFU now has contacted me. Would you like to um to incorporate the OECS into that? I said, fine. Once the OECS is going to play, if CFU is running it, fine.
Okay, so we move from Shell Shield to the Shell Caribbean Cup.
That's exactly that.
After some 23 years of sponsoring regional cricket,
And Tony Walcott can verify that I contacted him. I think we were in Bombay. It's not Bombay anymore.
Mumbai.
Bombay.
Ryan John starts the new over and bowls to Graves. Graves plays up to mid-off for a single. So Shell Shield and Red Strike Cup, as we said. So that's been the story of regional cricket. But in fact, when I got the information from Foxy, I was a little bit surprised to confirm that Windwards had never won this title. I thought they had won it, but of course I was mistaken. It was actually Combined Islands who won back in 1981. What? Oh, what a soft dismissal. Ryan Hines, in fact, Ryan John bowling to Louie, and Louie a check drive straight to the man at short extra cover. And coming to an end is his innings. Another soft dismissal from the West Indies player, and the Leeward's Hurricanes, they lose their fourth wicket with Louis going what an extra cover of the bowling of Ryan John, who's just been introduced for a new spell. And the West Indies opener goes. He's gone for 30, what's that? 39. Louis being dismissed for catch being taken by player number 30. Yes.
And not playing with soft hands. I was playing with very hard hands because that was what we pushed towards bat. So if he had played with softer hands, it would not have gone and be catchable.
Indeed. And double frustration for Louis because we saw him get dismissed in the first innings, hooking at the delivery and holding out to the man at backward square leg. And this time driving straight to the man at extra cover and being dismissed. So success for John, success for Volcanoes, and John continues to be in the action. The Ryan John show continued.
So we can hardly justify the word drive. It was more a push, and again, pushing too hard and not soft enough, not just easing the ball onto the face of the bat. But back to the Shell Shield, I was doing a game at Kensington, and David Gower, David Gower was on holiday, and the
So
English season hasn't started, and he came down from the Kensington stand, and we were chatting. And he said, the standard of this Shell Shield is as high as the Australian first class season.
indeed, Hamilton coming into play. So the new batsman in his stance and ready to receive from John. Just looking at the fielder who took the catch to dismiss Louie, shirt number 30. I think that's the substitute. Gaston, as Hamilton gets off the mark, playing square into the offside. So success for the Hurricanes, and the day reds not going well for the Hurricanes at all.
No, we had just talked about how they'd lost through the first hour, and they had, in fact, put together a very important 68, and it came to an end very shortly after that. Well, by nature, Hamilton likes to score quickly. He might have to make adjustments today.
John to Graves. Graves gets a jump in delivery and plays it down, but with some form of unease as John continues to plug away. So, question for you, Reds. 93 for 4. The scoreboard saying 47 overs left. Can the Leewards extend the game into day 4?
Well, we have 40 minutes tea, and that may tell us when they walk off at tea what's the possibility.
Okay, I take that. John to Graves, clipped away nicely out towards the onside. Going to be just a single. Good work from Captain Atanase. One more to the Barbadian. He goes to 41. 94 for 4. Hamilton on 1 comes in to strike. So you're saying, let us have some more play up to the tea interval.
They're 191 to clear off.
Yes, of course, at tea, we could maybe have them still for 4, or they could be for 6 or for 7.
Yeah.
And so we will be in a better position to assess.
38 minutes.
Indeed, from the Hurricanes' point of view, these two needing to stay there and bat for the rest of the day. John to Hamilton, down the leg side, and taken by Benjamin. So must be frustrating for Mikyle Louie at the end of the over. 34 gone. That decent starts, but not converting and making the bowlers pay under conditions, as we continue to say, that are good for batting.
And it wasn't the skill of the bowler that got him out. It was the lack of maybe soft skill. But you
lapse in concentration.
You jokingly said just now I was making a comeback. The truth is, I got a call from Windward when he was in Dominica, and I think he simply said, "Look, Leewards are playing here, Barbados are playing here. Would you like to be part of the group?" And he called the team, and I consulted my wife, and he said, "Okay, fine." I hadn't done any commentary since 2019, but
interesting though, Reds. So since 2019, okay, we know we had COVID intervening there, so that would have contributed somewhat. Tipped away by Graves for a single on the onside. That takes him to 42, 95 for 4. So outside of COVID and the inactivity surrounding that, why didn't you do commentary during the period?
Well, talking about COVID, I did a 10-10 and got COVID doing the 10-10.
My word.
that was my dose of COVID.
Okay, forward goes Hamilton, and perhaps you said that's it for commentary.
And fully vaccinated, booster and everything. But boy, it was 16 days of hell.
I can imagine. Cyrus to Hamilton. Hamilton paddles that beyond the keeper and into the boundary now at fine leg for 4. So a loose delivery put away by Hamilton, taking him to 7. Correction 5, and the total 99 for 4. So but Reds, it appeared that you had taken a decision to
Yes, yes.
not
No,
do
no,
commentary.
no, no. I mean, I didn't think that a 10-10 was a major thing.
Right.
But I think after the two South African test matches, figured that was enough. That was enough, you know. I mean, I have a family, and um, I had written a book on my life, but I still kept doing a lot of pro bono work.
Cyrus to Hamilton. Hamilton back and plays up on the upside. There's no run. I can tell you, I looked at the comments from the YouTube followers of the streaming, and people are still very happy about the fact that they're hearing the voice of Red Spur.
Well, I've kept myself in shape. I've kept myself kind of relevant. I followed the game.
Off the back foot goes Hamilton. Brings the point field off the boundary as Hamilton gets 1, goes to 6, and the 100 comes up. 100 coming up for the Leeward Islands. 212 deliveries, 153 minutes, 8 fours, but maybe losing too many wickets from their point of view. Graves in strike. Clips that to the mid-on field and will get the single. It was tight, but the substitute Gaston not able to pick up, and so the single completed at the end of the over. Hamilton stays on 6, 43 to Graves, 101 for 4.
And what I've been doing is I've been doing workshops. I did one in Guyana. I did one here, which you attended.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been working with commentators on a one-to-one basis. You know, it means that you have to listen. Well, I mean, in any case, I'm going to listen, but I listen and I make notes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting, Reds. So we have seen in recent times with the introduction of technology, streaming being introduced. How have you made the transition from being an out and out radio commentator to streaming now? And what has been the challenges, if any?
Well, it's not a challenge. It's less work.
It's a piece of cake. Like a walk in the park.
Not really.
John to Graves. Graves gets a good delivery, takes a quick single, and is successful. As Atanas is not able to break the stumps. Graves going to 44, 102 for 4.
Well, I mean, the world is seeing the pictures, so it's not ball by ball anymore. It is the offbeat commenter trying to read the game as the case may be. But you know, you hardly have to say that's a straight drive. You can talk about the intensity of the man driving as often as he could. You know, different little adjustments.
John to Hamilton. Hamilton gets 1 that he allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. But I think it's good for regional cricket, for the game to see, particularly with the setup of 360, a number of games happening with the collaboration with the Cricket West Indies of bringing on streaming. So you're still getting the audio, able to follow the commentary, but really being enhanced by the video.
Yes, definitely.
So John to Hamilton off the back foot will get a single as the throw hits the stumps, and the question being asked, but not really convincingly. Umpire Butler not even taking on the appeal, just coming to repair the stumps.
I'm a little disappointed that the language of the game, as we all love, is changing. I mean, it really jabs me hard when I hear about a great grab, which suggests that it was a fine catch. You know,
Grab.
a great, oh, that sounds like, you know, hamburger stuff.
Well, Reds, I guess the game has to evolve. One might argue, yes, there would be certain aspects of the game that we would want to cherish, but perhaps we also need to make room for it to evolve and introduce new concepts, new phrases. Life is dynamic.
We'll continue after this delivery.
John to Graves. Graves back inside edge will get one, possibly two. Hamilton says no. So they stay at one as Graves goes to 44, 104 for four.
Would you call Tyson's catch a great grab? It wouldn't suit.
The one on the
Yeah,
boundary.
no, it wouldn't suit.
Athletic,
Exactly.
exciting, dramatic.
Yeah. Coordinated.
Yeah. But actually, Reds, it's something that you would not have seen 30 years ago.
No. I mean the skill and it's practice.
That's right.
It's
That's right.
practice.
So John going away from us to Hamilton, forward. Nice stride in. Looks a good picture. Straight to the fielder, though. 104 for four.
And you hardly hear now a slow delivery by Claudius.
What you hear is pace off.
Pace off or pace on.
Pace
you
off,
know.
but pace on.
I mean, there was a time where you had slow deliveries, fast
Fast
delivery.
delivery. It's a trajectory. I guess, Reds, as time goes on, new expressions. With, for example, social media, there's a whole new sort of lexicon that enters language, new ways of expressing things, new commentators, younger Turks, put away or attempt to do so by Hamilton, and there's no run. So, in fact, there is a run, like by 105 for four at the end of the over, still on the same aspect of the development of the game. So you now have expressions of the batter executing their skills now, and people backing themselves and ticking boxes, new terms into this description of the game.
During the last three days, I haven't used that awful word,
Which one?
batter.
Batter, another one.
I mean, for me to call Sagarfi Sobers a batter or Rohan Kanai a batter, it's
That's right. The with the introduction of the women's game a lot more prominent now, Reds, I think the evolution of the term batter is to cater for the fact that now we have female batsmen.
I am quite willing to say it's a female batter, right, and give them their full credit. But to me, to embrace all of that, and who did it? Who did it? Some gentlemen in England decided that we shall have batters, and we have sucked it up, lock, stock, and barrel.
Hamilton gets a single to backward square leg. He goes to 8. Leg by correction, so he stays on 7. 105, 105 for 4. Similarly, with the players on the outfield, we would have said in the past fieldsman.
Yeah.
But now we have women fielders. So we say fielder.
Okay. So
Cyrus continuing. Graves off the back foot. We'll find the sweeper at the point boundary and we'll get a single. His 46 run, taking the total to
how would
6
you
for 4.
describe Haley Matthews, a third man?
Third woman? A third woman, rest? Yeah. In fact, Reds, you raised a very interesting one after this delivery. Driven by Hamilton and going down to long off for a single. So we grew up throughout the days of your commentary experience with the fielder behind the slips or the position called third man. All of a sudden, we now hear on TV commentary that position is now called third. Is that the correct name for the position? As Graves plays into the offside and there's no run. So the position that we grew up as third man on the boundary, that area behind the slips, is now called deep third.
Well, we are guilty of not calling it deep third. We've been calling it third man for the last 3 days.
Forward goes Graves, and there is no run. So are you suggesting that the term third has come in to also cater for
Yes,
involvement of
yeah, sure, sure.
women? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So deep third. We've got no fielder at deep third. As Cyrus comes in, bowls to Graves. Graves, in a violent full stroke, will get at least one. Will be coming back for the second as the fielder is deep on the boundary. So two more to him as he inches closer to his half century. And the total going up to 110 for 4 at the end of the over.
In a short format, a lot of gray areas are appearing. I mean, I will come in and bowl a half tracker to you, and you will hit it down the throat of Roland Cox in mid wicket. And they were glorifying. They were glorifying the fact that Pereira is taking the wicket. Nobody is saying, "Hey, but that was an awful delivery for Emmanuel to get out." You know, there's
Yeah.
that all the razzmatazz,
Yeah. And of course, that position where the catch you said was taken is now called pow corner. It has come in as a position. Hines to Hamilton. Hamilton gets one that cuts back and hit on the thigh pad. There's no run.
But Corner was in before.
Was in before.
Yeah.
But not heavily used as it
No,
is
no,
now.
no, no, no. I mean, I learned about back of the leg, which was a South African description, which is just back of a leg, short of a leg,
Short of a leg.
short of a leg became back of a leg. But that to me was fine. Obviously, I mean, it was fine.
Ryan John in the 7 for 2 for 8. It's bowled with solid economy. That's the 8 conceded. To Hamilton, inside edge, ends up through forward square. They'll take at least 2 as Atenes is getting onto it. So 2 more to Hamilton. Goes into double figures. 112 for 4. The scoreboard is saying 110. So we reckon they're 2 behind. They're showing Graves on 48, which is correct. So Coxie is agreeing with that. Our graphic is also 112. So the scoreboard is 2 behind. Graves 48, Hamilton 10. The deficit 175. So being whittled down run by run. The Leeward scoring at exactly 3 per over. Driving is Hamilton straight to the extra cover fielder. And there is no run.
Beg your pardon.
112 for 4. So John continuing his good work on this game. Hamilton suffering the injury to the right hand. Batting in the first innings, got 40. Partnership of 100 between himself and Louie. Is in combination now with Graves looking for a half century himself. Clipped away by Hamilton into the mid-wicket boundary. Now for 4. Nicely put away. And errant delivery from John. And dispatched nicely by the stockily built right-hander. He goes to 14, 116 for 4.
He plays his natural game. You can't see him sucking up dot balls, but he's just got to be very selective with his attacking shots if he wants to try and save the situation for the Leewards. I mean, they need to bat the tee and beyond. So again, looking good as he did in the first innings.
Indeed, more statistical nutrients from Roland Cox. We'll share that with you in a while. Outside off stump, John bows to Hamilton, and there's no run. So we were talking about 100 scored in 2025. I think we got to 24 so far.
I think the silver makes it 24.
24, but we have had more than that in the past.
No doubt.
Last year, well, we are only at the fourth round. Last year we had 27. But if we go back from 2014, it makes interesting reading. 2015, we had 26. John moving into Hamilton off the back foot cutting, but the point is position, so just the one for the shotgun Hamilton. 15, 117 for 4. So 2015, 2600s. 2016, 26. 2017, 21. 2018, 35. My word, something happened in that year. 2019, 21. 2020, 24. 2022, 17. And 2023, 14. I think 2018 might have been a year where we had maybe a double round.
Exactly.
2018, that was the year that Guyana was doing great guns. Guyana were in the middle of their 5-year winning streak. Guyana winning from 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Leon Johnson.
Leon Johnson with a lot of runs during that period. Guyana dominating. Guyana also won last 2 years. Up the back foot goes Hamilton at the start of a new over. And straight to the fielder. He remains on 15, 117 for 4. Highest individual score in the regional tournament, 276 in 2022. I'll ask Reds if he can hazard a guess as to who got that, as Hamilton gets his 16th run and takes Leeward's to 118 for 4. 276 in 2022, a Barbadian. I give you a clue, Mr. Pereira. Driven by Graves away from the extra cover. Long off will come around to keep it to 1.
He sometimes opens the batting.
He certainly does. He certainly does open 276 in 2022. A single to Graves, taking him within 1 of his half century. 119 for 4 at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. About 20 minutes away from tea. Forward goes Hamilton. And there's no run. 276, highest individual score. In fact, Roland Cox tells me overall that's the highest regional score by an individual.
The highest I've seen is 268, and that's in the colonial days.
Cyrus bowls to Hamilton, looking to swing. Big appeal and given. The end of Jamar Hamilton looking to swing at Cyrus and struck on the pad, and a judge LBW by umpire Titan Butler. So we look at it on the monitor. Yes, that looks pretty adjacent to me, Reds. I don't know what you made of it.
No, the shot looked dangerous from the very first hookup of a bat. And I was saying that, he just had to deny himself that kind of shot, because that's danger.
Yeah, maybe playing a little too aggressively in the circumstances. And a big slog sweep ball hitting him. I make it in front of middle and leg. So the end of Jamar Hamilton. LBW Cyrus for 16. And about 15 minutes away from lunch on day 3, the Leeward's Hurricanes. Yeah, looking in further trouble. 119 for 5. So 119 for 5 as Joel Andrew, I make it, comes out. And he's going to join Graves, who's on 49 and needing all the support that he can get from the rest of the Leeward Hurricanes batting.
And we were talking about the need for them to get the tee. Well, uh, that's more pressure on them to take this game into the fourth day. A
Indeed,
fourth day that I was looking forward to have a little cutting edge, and we've got a couple of hundred people coming.
yes. But Reds, we had said about half an hour ago that at tea we would have assessed the future of the match. We said that had they kept the situation down to 4 wickets, there was a greater possibility of it going into day 4. But with the 5th wicket now falling, it's putting pressure on that possibility. But Andrew is still capable as he faces his first delivery, comes forward and plays up square on the onside to complete the successful over by Cyrus, who has picked up his first wicket. He completes his 10th over. He's got one for 35. And the Leeward Hurricanes, 119 for 5. They still trail by 166 runs.
It's like a heavyweight around your shoulders. But
Yes.
back to young Andrew. He's highly thought of. He was outstanding in the under-19 World Cup. But the young man is still not a golden pair.
Indeed, he failed to score in the first inning.
Yeah,
And he would want to ensure that he doesn't suffer that indignity of
he,
failing to score on good batting conditions.
yes, he wouldn't want to take a golden pair back to the country with 365 beaches.
Continue to say that. John will continue. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Man from Grenada, Spice Man. To Graves. Graves turns it to mid-on. Tight single. Throw comes in. Misses. And Justin Graves completes the single that brings him his half century. So 50 to Justin Graves as the total goes to 120. 128 minutes, 83 balls. Just a 1-4. So 1-4. And Graves going to 50. Strike rate 60.24. So although the 1-4 Reds, he has run quite a bit,
Yep.
the 44 dot balls. So
It-
showing that it's not always a matter of just banging the ball to the boundary, but he has tapped the ball well, found the gap, lots of twos and singles, one would imagine, and he's down 50.
And let's wish young Andrews all the best. He's questioning his material from all reports. Here's hoping that at close of play he'll still be there.
John moving into Andrew. Forward, walking across, a little squared up, but he's in behind it and playing into the offside. There's no run. So 11, 12 minutes to tea. Joel Andrew needing to really put his head down with the immense talent and potential that is in him. He wants to really capitalize and really construct a good innings, showing game awareness in terms of surviving this little awkward period and then coming back after tea. John, obviously, with other ideas, looking to prize out the young player. Moving into Andrew. Driving, not really getting hold of it to mid-off, and there's no run.
And I don't know if you heard the story of when he returned to Antigua from the under-19 World Cup. He went straight to the ground where his school was playing, changed his clothes, and I think was among the runs that day.
Yeah, well, showing the passion and the love that he has for the game. needing to put his head down here and support Graves. Two slips a gully, extra cover, deep point mid on. Mid on and backward square leg. John to Andrew. Good delivery right up. He will get off the mark as he plays it through forward square. Atanas comes into field. 120. 121 for Fat.
You know, you could be in the right place at the right time with the cricket. Roy Fredericks was left out of a guy in a team. Stephen Kamash fell down, fell sick with a throat problem. Etwaru missed the boat from Berbice, couldn't get to border. Fredericks was living up the road in a guest house, and he was told to go and get his clothes. He played for Guyana and never looked back.
Never look back. Yes, been in the right place at the right time. Indeed. John will now bowl to Graves. Graves gets a good delivery, comes forward, plays to mid-off, and there's no run. Reds, I've not let you off the hook as yet. I was presenting a quiz to you. I've given you a clue. Highest individual score in regional cricket, 276. Since 2014. Since 2014. Let's qualify that now.
I didn't answer that.
No, you didn't. You asked a question. I treated it as a clue. I said yes. So since 2014, highest individual score in regional cricket, 276. It was made in the year 2022. It was made by an opener. Off the back foot goes Graves to complete the over. And at the end of it, he remains on 50, 121 for 5. The lead, 164.
Well, in some parts of the Caribbean, it's called Braffit. In some parts of the Caribbean, it's called Braithwaite. You have your choice.
Okay, I prefer Braffit. Yes, that's right. Of the Craig variety. Yes, in fact, so Craig Braffit, the West Indies captain, 276 in the year 2022. That would have been against Foxy. Okay, certainly for Barbados. And the number 2 total at that level, 248, made 2 years earlier by Jermaine Blackwood for Jamaica. As we have a little interruption in play.
There seems to be a conference.
Towels coming out, physio as well. Maybe a drink for one of the batters. And I think maybe Atanes asking so what's going on?
The highest regional score.
All time from 65?
From 1928.
Oh, Reds, you need to tell me. I don't know.
He's a left-hander. He started his career against England. I'm really trying to help you, young man.
So wait, let's get that qualified. We're talking 4-day cricket, regional.
Yeah, not this.
Okay. So why are we going to the 1920s? Forward goes Andrew as Cyrus starts a new over. So regional cricket started in 65?
Well, at one time it was intercolonial cricket.
Sponsored regional cricket by the Shell Shield back in 65. Prior to that, we had intercontinental.
Yeah, but it's after that. So you don't have to look back.
Okay, so we're talking from 65.
Yeah.
A left-hander?
Left-hander. He got it. He scored it in Jamaica.
So Garfield Silver?
You're talking about Test there. Pakistan.
Looking to sweep is Andrew. and missing down the leg side. Benjamin misses also,
You must have seen Hamilton get out now.
but luckily for Andrew, this one was wide of leg stump, so you'd have to say a bit safer. Goes back, extra bounce, plays it well.
Yep.
In front of him, dropping the bottom hand and playing it down to Atenes. 121 for 5. You need to give me a clue, Reds.
I can really give it away. I don't want to give it away.
Driving on the bounce to Ambris. Joel Andrew can't pierce the offside field.
You're a man who worked through university, worked very hard. Father and son played cricket.
Andrews forward. Plays up on the offside. There's no run at the end of the over.
I cannot help you any further.
I need to call for assistance from Foxy. We are getting close to tea on day 3.
Remember the first class game?
120.
Nothing to do with this.
1 for 5. Are you giving me the score, Reds? What's the question? You're asking me to name the player, but are you giving me the score? The highest individual score?
Yeah, I can give you that too.
Yeah, perhaps as a clue, that will help me.
Well, I've told you he's a left-hander. I told you
Left-hander.
where he scored it.
He scored it in Jamaica.
I have further told you that both son and father played cricket. You're having an off day.
Probably. But the Volcanoes are not. They are looking to press home the advantage. John will continue. Longest spell. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. And possibly the last over before tea. On day 3, the right-handed Graves is in strike 50 from 85 balls.
And he was very well saved by Atenas because he used Tyson for quite a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Even brought Hodge for a few overs. Gave
Yes.
John a time to get really rested.
I give up, Mr. Redsborough.
I'm not going to take that concession, isn't it?
Okay, Reds is pressing me. John is about to start.
I'm surprised that Coxie hasn't been able to dig it up yet.
Yeah, Cox is digging. Cox is digging. John getting ready to come in from the northern end. He's going to be bowling to Graves. Graves turns it to the onside and will get the single overthrows. Yes, they'll get one as they throw from Descott, missing the stumps. Benjamin not able to collect. So 2 taken by Graves. He goes to 52 and the total 123 for 5. The deficit 162. At a very quiet Darren Sammy cricket ground. John coming back. Reds, I've lost my dollar. So please give the answer.
Well, we haven't got the tea yet.
Okay, you're giving us up to tea. John to Graves. Graves drive in nicely. Misfield at mid-off. They will get one look for the second, but decide against it. Graves getting an additional run, going up to 53. Total 124 for 5. So Reds confirms that he was a test cricketer. Jamal is suggesting that he knows the answer. Perhaps you can help a senior man, Jamal. You'll get credit for it. John,
See, the confusing thing is that in the colonial days, there were some very high scores too, but this is beyond that period.
Andrew in strike in what is surely now the last over before tea. My watch is saying 20 minutes to the hour. John to Andrew. Through back. Plays into the gully. And he stays on one. Midway in this over from John. Joseph Retzberger. You are very mute uncharacteristically.
How many deliveries we have left, Roland?
3 deliveries left.
Oh, we have time.
John moving into Andrew. Full delivery and squeeze down into the slip cordon. And there's no run. Jamal, you suggested that you know the answer. Jamal says Chandapur. Well, there's a father and son combination there, but I would suggest it is not Chandapur. It is Chandapur, 303 in Jamaica.
I'm a poker player.
John to Andrew, drive in into the offside. Will get the single. The single that doubles the score, taking the team score to 125 for 5. Deficit down to 160. So indeed, 100 by Shivnaraj Chandapur.
As the old Bajan used to say, are you asking me or you're telling me?
Ma are telling you now.
And you are correct.
Oh, yes. Indeed, yeah. Big 100 by Shivnaraj Chandapur. Yeah. Didn't quite recall that for a while. So Jamal, right on the ball.
I think he Googled it.
maybe benefiting from social media, the young people. Very adept at getting things. John to Graves, down the leg side. And missed by Benjamin, but he recovers, not conceding any by to complete the over. And to also complete the session, so the end of session 2 on day 3, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes going to tee at 126, 125 for 5. We have had 40 overs in the second inning so far. The overall deficit now down to 160. So Justin Graves goes off 53 from 88. Joel Andrew 2 from 13. And the position is that with 4 sessions left in the game, the lead 160. So the Hurricanes still need to wipe that off. And the question as we come back for the final session of the day is whether they can extend the game into day 4. The quick scorecard: Mikyle Louie dismissed for 39, Kadim Henry 9, Carty 1, Gore no score. Graves is not out 53. Hamilton came and went quickly. He got 16. Joel Andrew is 2. We have had 5 extras, 2 leg byes, 1 wide, 2 no balls. And the quick bowling figures for you. Descat 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. Rand John 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Kavim Hodge 8 overs, no maidens, not for 20. Gillon Tyson 4 overs, no maidens, not for 16. Darrell Cyrus 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. And so that's the position. A quick recap, Reds, a quick assessment as we go.
And welcome back to very sun-filled Darren Sammy. There's a nice wind, and we have a very interesting struggle ahead of us. The struggle is really about the Leewards. They're 160 behind to make the Windwards bat again. And at T, Jamal, they were 125 for 5, maybe losing 2 more wickets than they really could have afforded.
Yes, Reds, and struggle is the word that actually describes the condition that the Leewards find themselves in right now at 125 for 5. And it's good to see that Shadrach Descott is back onto the field. There were some injury concerns, and he's been given the first ball after the interval.
Well, for those who might have been away for whatever reason, welcome back. The second innings, Mikyle Louie caught substitute ball John 39. Kadim Henry caught Ambrose ball Descott 9. Gore caught Ambrose ball Descott no score. Justin Graves is not on 15-3. Kama Hamilton leg before Cyrus 16. And young Andrews is not out on 225. 125 for 5. Graves is on 53 off of 88 deliveries. And that's a beautiful looking shot by young Andrew, but it goes straight to cover as Destak goes pitching up. This is the first time you're going to see young Andrews. I think it's the first time all of us are going to see him, and we look forward. I wonder was a blatant bet. But we look forward to him maybe batting until the close.
So his exploits at the World Cup.
Well, I peel off the outer part of the bat. As he kept for the West Indies, I always felt he was batting at 6 and should have been batting higher, but they kept him at 6. And did he make runs?
A real revelation.
Does he really need to make runs today? I mean, Graves and Andrews, from a Leeward's point of view, is going to bat until the cows come home at 5:30. Now, there's a slip, maybe, and a fourth slip. It's hard to say it's a gully. And he's well forward to that. And Scott showing his football skills on a square pass. Football definitely in the air with the potential of Messi playing in Jamaica. A lot will depend, of course, when the first game is played. It's a home and away among clubs in CONCACAF. If they win by a wide margin, we probably wouldn't go to Jamaica for the second game. That's down the leg side. Are you a football man? You follow the game?
Right, I wish I was, but
I want the
sadly, I'm
whole
not.
truth and nothing but the truth.
Unfortunately, I'm not that much of a football man at all.
Well,
100% cricket, Reds.
I was. I played. I wasn't a great goalkeeper, average. That's not caring to the keeper. Difficulty there for Benjamin because he got across and the ball was dying. He did try to get the body behind that and they scamper by. All to the good of Leewards, 126 for 5. I'll be embarrassed to tell you what team I backed. I'm backing Tottenham Hotspurs, who I've been a fan since I was in England as a young man. That's Undriven, down towards Wide Milan. But some people will simply, back Liverpool, back Manchester City. Well, nobody's back at Manchester City anymore. There are some very, very big supporters of the Premier League.
As I always pegged you for Chelsea, man.
Pardon?
I always pegged you for Chelsea, man.
Yes. Um, but it seemed to be a foregone conclusion that Liverpool will take the title. We can't say there's a foregone conclusion about this game. We certainly hope it goes into the fourth day and Leeward might be able to give the Windwards a target. Right now they're 158 behind. And it's going to be Tyson. 2 slips in the gully. They could have maybe consider a third slip. Back foot point is way down the boundary. Difficult to understand that. There's a mid wicket and a long leg. Mid off and mid on cover. That's hit hard into the ground, leads onto the front foot. Very, very quiet. But it's fairly intense in the middle. Tyson walking back, I can tell you his figures. 4 overs, 4.1, none for 16. He had a fiver in 5 for 45. Cyrus 1 for 35 off 11. Head well over the ball, playing defensively. What's your own feeling? This will finish today?
Given the approach that Justin Greaves has taken, I would say no. I'm quietly backing him to just show us a bit of his experience and some hunger. We know that there are talks around the region that the holder wants to come back into the team. So there is that little byplay there, but that all around the slot.
Well, he's playing the red ball today. It's Tyson, outside the off stump. But there's still Cornwall to come. I mean, the batting has ended, and he has the ability. I mean, he scored a lot of first-class runs. He might not have shown his full ability in the first innings. It was leg before.
That's Cornwall. It certainly has the ability.
But good to have him still in the Leeward's enclosure. Nicely turned away as Tyson is down the wrong line. This virtually could be the smallest crowd of 3 days. We haven't got the half dozen tourists that came in on the first 2 days. 128 for 5 is very quiet. But it's like a chess match. A chess match is very quiet. There's no audience. This is a situation where there's no audience, but there's tremendous competition in front, and that's a beautiful shot. Oh, but if he's going to produce that for the rest of the afternoon, I think the Leewards are going to be in a very happy position going into the fourth day. That's worth money to watch.
When you see a shot like that, certainly speaks to the talent and the ability of the young man. You did coin him as a player for the future.
And the timing went past the close-in cover out towards extra cover. So he goes to 7th, Andrew. Graves is 54, 5 for 132. That's the Australian way, calling the wickets first. In England, it was 132 for 5. Tyson. And they're playing off the back foot this time. Square. They take one. They look for the second. They will hurry and hurrying home very easily indeed. The stumps was whipped off by the keeper. So nice looking shot. 9 years, 54 Graves, partnership 15 as the over is completed. Jamal James.
Jewel Andrew looking quite special. Albeit in just those two shots. But I think to be fair, I would have to coin that last shot as the shot of the day. There's certainly an air of elegance around Andrew as he stroked this one through the covers. And hoping for a big partnership here between Andrew and Greaves. Greaves, who has looked quite solid and unfazed by what has been produced from the Volcanoes men.
At lunch, 31 for 3 at T1, 25 for 5. The pressure building. That's driven back towards the bowler, half stop by the Scott. Scott came in to. I don't believe that Descott played in the first two games, did he?
Yes, I think he did.
Roland, he played in the first two games?
He's played all games.
I think he had 2 games. First 3 games, he had 2 of them. Well stopped, brilliant cover, diving to his right. A man of less ability in that position would have been chasing after it, but he got off his toes very quickly indeed, and they were able to sneak a run because he was flat out, had to get up. So 56 now to Graves. Andrews, the young man, is on 9, looking to drive on the unguarded mid-on. That will roll into the boundary as it does now. So into double figures, young Andrew, as he moves to 13. And the total inches up to 139. Another delightful shot.
Certainly was testament to good balance at the crease. They say that when a batter plays the on drive, it's one of the most difficult shots in the game to play. Everything needs to be quite right in your technique to play it as gracefully as that. I'd asked our statistician, Mr. Cox Roland, as you'd say, if Andrew had produced anything of note in the tournament thus far. He told me that that wasn't the case, but given what we're seeing right now,
Attenance bringing the mid-on straight after that shot, but he was able to bisect bowler and a wide mid-on. And looking, oh no, that went off the inside edge. He did his best to try and kick it away, and the bails have come. Oh, it's a sad situation. He was looking so good. Got a delivery well pitched up. He was a late onto the shot, but then we can see it rolling back. He took the right leg, tried to kick it away, and ended up kneeling and really almost feeling the pain of that decision inside edge. 6 for 139. And what a sad way to go for 13 off the inside edge and technically bowled out.
Whereas just wondering if you believe in the commentator's curse, because I was just praising him and hoping to see some more of those delightful strokes that he had produced. And the very next ball, Shadrach Descott produces something special. And I'm not quite sure if this ball rolled onto the stump or if he kicked his own stump in trying to protect it. But nonetheless, the fact of the matter is Joel Andrew is gone off the bowling of Shadrach Descott. Descott picked up his 3rd wicket. And with that, we see the entrance of Rakeem Cornwall.
Well, it's going to be an interesting decision when this game is finished. Who will they announce as the man of the match? It's going to be a bit of a toss-up between John and Descott. How they are going to work that out. So Cornwall now comes in, and himself and Graves. got to work together to extend this game into the fourth day. 146 runs still to wipe off to make the Windwards bat again.
Very interesting to call, Reds, because Shadrach Descott, he got a 119, so he has some more runs. Ryan John has picked up more wickets. Ryan John, I think, with 6 wickets right now, 4 in the first innings and 2 in the second. Descott on 3.
I hope it's not our colleague Claudius Dimanda to do the man of the match award. And that's flicked away. Did they take the bat or? Yes, they did. I thought for a moment it might have come off the outside of the pad, but he got some bat to it, so he's off the mark with a flash. 143 on the board. And we have said that it's really a delight to have the new scoreboard facilities with all the information. We have the full lineup of the batting side, has the full bowling figures. It's got the partnerships. It's got just about everything. And you can virtually do commentary off the board. But we prefer to rely on Roland Cox. The scat into Cornwall. Cornwall flicked it away out towards a square cover, just square leg just behind the umpire. Just coming forward in his own style. There is this Cornwall style, definitely. He can register that. So himself and Graves are chatting. 144 for 6. This is going to be a real test for the two batsmen in the middle.
Most certainly, and it's fair to say that Justin Greaves standing in the way of an early Windward's victory. Really fighting out there on 55 of 97. Just joined by Rakeem Cornwall. Cornwall, a man known for his aggression with bat in hand.
Well, it's just been confirmed that Andrews was recorded hit wicket. He did, in fact, try to pull the ball back from traveling towards the stump with the boot, but we were blinded at that time. Forward comes Cornwall and just pushes out towards cover. So thanks for the information, Claudius. So Cornwall and Graves now together, 55 and 5, 6 for 144. Backward point, right back at the boundary. It's been there from ball 1. Mid-off has come to a long off. That's Cornwall picking it up off his toes, plays a nice smooth looking on drive. Runs part of the single and walks the rest. Cornwall now the non-striker. Graves and a striker in 55. The partnership now 6. They've just started. As I said, 31 for 3 at lunch and tea at 1, 25 for 5. Graves still there. Cornwall has joined him. And it's Tyson who's had a good match. And pulling out of that shot. Just dropping the bat. And Graves and Cornwall will meet in mid-pitch and discuss some technical stuff. Coming up to just after 25 past 3. So a lot of time left in this afternoon. Wrightson just waiting for Graves to settle. Very workmanlike as he turns out of the way. A certain amount of style. I think it's style. I think of Lawrence Rowe. I think of the late Seymour Nurse. Carla Willing Hooper. There are many more you can add to that. That was played uppishly. Made a little bit of height. There's no short mid-on. And the ball eventually rolling down towards mid-on. Once going way back, so Neville Benito with Jamaica. Made a lot of runs at the intercolonial level, but never got into a West Indies team. The Benito brothers, Neville and Otto, driving him technically a chance. Offered to the right, but he was finishing his delivery, and with the action, he took the way to his left. Cornwall hit that high up to the right, and couldn't grab onto it. So the end of the over, 6 for 146, with Cornwall and Graves together. Cornwall 6 and Graves 56.
Yes, you would need to classify that last one as a half chance. Those are the ones that you just need that ball to stick, and succeeded in just parrying that one. It's fair to say that he saved 4. It's going to be Desca to continue, has picked up 3 wickets. One would rather suspect Reds that if he's able to pick up that 5-for, then he would certainly settle any debate.
That's all in the future. 6 for 146. Graves had will of the ball, playing defensively, just pushing in front of him. So the bad run in the 4-day competition has finally come to the end for the Windwards. But they wouldn't, I'm sure, in the next game have this kind of batting conditions, which can also be of assistance to their bowlers. Lovely shot. Oh, that's worth more than 4. It crosses the line now. Pitched up and hit beautifully through extra cover. Spanking shot. That brings up to 150. And I think it's only fair that you bring up 150 with a shot like that.
Listen, another shot that you can call a statement. The hook rise of catch, as this one was hit aerially, but so good was his gap finding that he just posed like he was taking a picture on that one as well, Reds.
Yes, he moves to 60. Well, they say when West Indian players play in the first class level, they must show their class. He has done. Didn't get much in the first innings, but he's gone to 60. 150 for 6. He's not interested in that. His cat is outside the line of the off stump. Taken by Benjamin. Mid wicket out. Not exactly back on the rope. They say you should be. The long leg is right back on the rope, and so is backward point. There's no long off, no long on. The orthodox with the mid off getting wider and dropping back. A slip in a gully. Getting a little square there as if he had to make an adjustment. Initially, I think he was looking to play that through the onside and had to end up playing it back to the ball.
Some subtle tricks on display from Desca. Just see him rolling his fingers on that ball. But it was well played in the end by Graves to just hold his shape, not go through with it and turn it to the onside.
6 Graves. That's smacked away again. Lovely shot. Not as nice as the previous one. It made a little bit of height. He had to make an adjustment and hit it higher up on the bat. 64 he is. 154 for sixth. And the lead they have to wipe off is 131.
It's Justin Graves in full flow and bisecting that gap with some great precision. Tiny adjustments being made in the field by Phineas.
And once the Scott pitches up, he's gonna take him on. And just driving in the air past the bowler who dived across. I don't know if he got his hands to it, but single not taken at the end of the over, the 46th over, 6 for 154. And Cornwall and Graves have a mid-pitch discussion.
Justin Graves looking the part. Joined by Cornwall. Just wondering if the loss of wickets from the other end would have seen a change in the way that Greaves approaches the innings. That's definitely added some more impetus to proceedings.
They've added 15. They need to add 115. That's driven quietly down for Cornwall standards. He doesn't hits the ball very hard. Be interesting to see if he can play a total defensive game or his natural nature of hitting the ball well beyond the boundary will become a reality here, but they're not in a position to do too much of attacking. They have to be very selective indeed. He's 6 and gets onto the front foot and plays a defensive shot which rolls back towards the bowler, who tosses it down towards mid-on and say, shine, keep one side, shine, keep one side, shine, which helps the swing. You keep one side shine, the other side is dull. One side become heavier than the other. Dyson goes in. That's stayed away. Nice looking shot by Cornwall. He got on to the back foot, lean back, deliberately steering it down to a third man position. And they roll over the single as Cornwall moves to 7. Graves goes back into strike with 64, and it's 6 for 155.
In recent times, Cornwall has been one of the better all-rounders in regional cricket. So a lot of hope rests on the shoulders of this partnership.
Well, he came into this game as the leading wicket taker, but he's known for scoring runs for the Leewards. That's short, and Graves getting well under it. So excellent weather continues. It's windy. There's been rain in this area because if you look at the hills around, it's all green, very picturesque. This ground seemed to be almost in a valley. Dyson, 6.4 overs, none for 26, off the back foot. No runs here. Cover moving to his left. And, Cox just recording the dot ball. Cornwall started with 26 wickets.
Kyrie Pierre.
I beg your pardon, Kyrie Pierre. I read the wrong column. He's really now starting to add runs to his bowl because he scored an important 14 first in his pair. That's short, and although uncomfortable, Andrews is diving after it. It was in the air for a long time. The keeper really sprinting as someone doing a 60-yard dash, tried to get the gloves under, and they managed to complete a single.
So you're just seeing Tyson hands on hips, as if to suggest that a better effort was required from Benjamin, and it should have been more alive to the opportunity for the catch. Didn't really pull out the full length dive for this one, but Tyson bowling with great pace and intensity. That one did have some venom. Really rushed Graves. Was further short. This one went straight up in the air. And thankfully, from a Leeward's point of view, Greaves is still at the crease. He lives to fight again.
Well, I wouldn't blame Andrew for that because when the shot was played, no one really could work out where it was going, whether it was well hit, and it just lobbed. And to me, he covered as much ground as possible. He's running with like a jockey carrying overweight, and he almost got there. That again almost goes through the covers, but a diving effort from mid-off out to extra cover, one more to the total. Well, it was an air miss from Graves. Short delivery. He tried to pull. It got big at him, and it dropped at a square leg position, and the keeper, in my opinion, did hustle across, dived after it, it dropped outside of the gloves. Cornwall takes that on the pad, I think, looking to flick it away to square leg. Umpire Crawford now confirming the leg by 158 for 6. Claudius Emmanuel will soon be in the broadcast chair. Good afternoon. Happy Friday to wherever you are. Happy Friday evening to wherever you are. Escat outside the line of the off stump. Not interested in playing a shot. Number of new houses being built in this area. There's some behind the Johnson Charles stand, which we cannot see. There's one to our left. There are two to our left, which is maybe been recently completed. That's not. And that's going after the delivery that was very wide, stepped across and banged it, but straight towards cover. And just to complete the story, I was telling him with building a cement vehicle is passing and maybe on the way to one of the building that is on its way. This cat moves in. Forward he comes, steers it down to backward point. Cornwall responds, jogs first, realizes he has time to finish the effort by walking. 159 for 6. And as I said earlier, this is like a chess match with no audience, but just the players. Scott ambles in, and Cornwall picks it up and gets it over the rope, all the way over the rope, down by the flags, just to give you some idea of where it went. It was a badly lined delivery. It was short and well put away by Cornwall, who seems to be in that mood where he's willing to take his time and allow Graves to do lots of the hunting, your final comers.
Yes. Hakeem Cornwall, a very tall man. This one not making the height that would threaten him. Got this one just above the waist. Look quite comfortable when playing this one and found the middle of the bat, and this one sailed over the ropes for lovely six against a strong breeze, I might add. Testament to the power of the man. Shadrach Descant probably tiring. All 14 overs. But it's going to be Tyson to continue. And so welcome back to Claudius.
Thank you, Jamal. Good evening to all. I'll take a ball them. Inside edge, Graves looking to drive and has got that ball into middle and off. And so success for the Windward Volcanoes, the long vigil from Justin Graves coming to an end, looking to drive at Cyrus inside edge. And so he goes bold for 67, 165 for 7. And I think Hurricanes fans would say that I have taken this wicket.
Was just gonna mention that, Claudius. How much responsibility you have to take for that?
No, I
The moment you see that in the com box, Justin Graves is out.
Yeah, but seriously, disappointment for Graves. Thought he got a delivery to drive. In fact, Jamal, we saw him driving against Descant and really enjoying the byplay between himself and Descant, finding the gap on 2 occasions to the boundary. And then you can just sense the byplay between himself and Descant that, I'm going to pierce the offside field. I'm going to continue hitting you into the extra cover region. But against Tyson from the other end, totally different story.
Certainly get what it is that you're saying, because when Descant operates from this end with the breeze going across him, right, the shot is definitely on. With Tyson, that breeze is taking that ball back into him, and you just saw from that replay, Tyson just cut this one, just rolled the wrist, rolled the fingers, I should say, on the ball, and it just came back in slightly, and he opened up the gate, induced the edge, and he was gone.
So Tyson picking up his first wicket, 1 for 27. And it's not looking good for the Leeward's Hurricanes. The deficit still 120 as Cameron Pennyfeather joins as captain. In fact, I was planning to talk about the execution by Cornwall, the last ball of the previous over. For a big man, he's got very quick hands, and he was able to get onto the short delivery and put it away over the boundary for 6. Well, question is, can he combine with the rest of the batting to extend the game into day 4? Tyson to Pennyfeather. Short, uncertain, not sure where that was, as the bat didn't come in a vertical motion. 167, 165 correction for 7. So Cornwall 13, Pennyfeather with him, O'Shane Thomas and Azari Joseph to come. And where's your money on the conclusion of the game?
Money in my wallet. Money in the wallet, but at this point, to be hard to bet against the Windwards finishing today.
Tyson to Pennyfeather. Short looking to pull, does so, not making contact though. And ball being taken by Benjamin. Jackson is quite deceptive. Not a big man, but nice rhythm to the wicket. and really lets it go. That was a quick delivery. Pennyfeather looking to pull and getting the ball flashing past the head.
Certainly a quick and has high standing in the Volcanoes setup. I think he's known as the quickest bowler in the four islands, in Lucia Dominica, Windward, St. Dominica, St. Vincent, and St. Lucia.
Long leg and deep square leg posted. Tyson to Pennyfeather. Short delivery, not bouncing as much. He's getting bat on it to long leg for a single. I make it. Yes, no signal from umpire Crawford, so he's off the mark. 166 for 7. And with Cornwall coming in to strike, the two men will stay out on the leg side boundary. We saw in the previous over, Cornwall taking on the challenge of the short delivery and hooking Descartes over backward square leg for 6. This over, he needs to clear long leg and deep square, 2 men out. Tyson to Cornwall. Outside off stump, seaming away. And Cornwall squaring up a little. Well, quite a bit, actually. So the ball goes to Benjamin.
No, we don't have
Deficit
the
119.
we don't have the benefit of the speed gun here, but how quick would you reckon that Tyson is going?
Yeah, it's difficult to put a number on it, but just from the kick on the deliveries and the rush that the batsmen are often put into, you get an idea. Delivery that's clipped away by Cornwall. Square leg comes off the boundary. And he gets one. Run number 14 for him. The total going to 167 for 7. And also you get an indication from the keeper how high he has to jump to take it. The end of the over, 50th of the innings. The deficit 118.
It's just looking at that card and seeing that Descartes has bowled some 14 overs, really putting in the toil again, testament to his fitness. And it seems as if Captain Affan is willing now to give the all-rounder a bit of a break. And we're going to see the first signs of Kenneth Demba, the off-spinner. It was Hodge and Daryl Cyrus who were preferred early on. So Kenneth Demba finally gets his opportunity.
So Demba, off spin, been introduced. And he's going to be bowling to Cornwall. So Demba in the Leeward's first innings. Let's look at his figure. 6 overs, 1 maiden, not for 23. So he's been introduced here. And Cornwall, he has some men on the boundary. Long off, mid-wicket, backward square leg. Long on as well. Round the wicket, Demba to Cornwall. Edge past the slip out towards third man. And we'll go into the boundary. I'm getting away with third man. This is a men's game. So boundary of the edge of Cornwall. He goes to 1,871 for 7.
It's Kenneth Demba deciding to operate from around the wickets. Knows that there is not much turn available, so opting to use the angle to Cornwall and off-spinner himself. And slip fielder posted, but luckily for Cornwall, escapes.
Demba again to Cornwall. Cornwall forward and just taps it back to Demba. Big man Cornwall. The bat is like a wooden spoon in his hand. As Demba comes into Cornwall. Cornwall back. Plays punchingly straight to extra cover. No run. 1-1 for the deficit. Denver again to Cornwall. Cornwall back turns it straight to the short square leg fielder. No run. So this is over number 51, Bright Sunshine. Can the Hurricanes extend the game to day 4? Denver to Cornwall forward. Denver will pick up and follow through. '18 to Cornwall. Denver to him. Cornwall is beaten outside that off stump. The keeper picking up. Ball going past the pad and past the bat, past the stumps. End of the over. 171 for 7. 18 to the Leeward's Hurricanes captain. The lead still 1-1-4.
That's a good over from Kenneth Denver. The Leeward's Hurricanes batters did take a liking to him in the first innings. Was never given an opportunity to settle into his bowling. So it's good to see that he's gone back to the drawing board and has given it some thought, opting to start from a round the wicket angle straight away. His first delivery inducing the edge. So good signs for Kenneth Denver, knowing that the wicket would not be assisting him greatly. So good to see him showcasing some other skills.
Gillan Tyson, 5 for 45 in the first innings. Will continue. He's already got 1 for 29. The wicket of Graves, inside edge. Into the stumps for 67. 2 slips and a gully in support. Tyson to Penny Feather. Delivery that is into the leg stump. Played up to the onside, no run. So the Windwards here. Good performance by them. 480. Their first innings. Centuries from Descott, 119. Brian John, 109. 76 not out. Denver. And in reply, Leeward's 195 and following on. Shot hooked away along the ground, straight to the square leg fielder. 1 run to Penny Feather, taking the Leewards to 172 for 7. Penny Feather going to 2. Cornwall on 18 comes in to strike. And the Leewards done well with the bat in previous rounds. Have not really risen to the challenge here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. You'll have to say they'll have themselves to blame because the bowling has been good, but I think their batting has been disappointing. A number of soft dismissals. Cornwall looking to work that away and not making contact. Dot ball recorded.
Yes, I think you're so right, Claudius. The decision-making, shot selection has really let them down. Top order batters making some crucial mistakes. Flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump. Not getting to the pitch of deliveries. Not getting the head over the ball. Not remaining in a side-on position. And getting squared on, playing across the front pad.
Yes, and what has been doubly disappointing is the fact that the West Indies players have not really come to the party. Driven by Cornwall out towards the offside, the man from mid-off coming to his left, keeping Cornwall down to a single. He's 19th run, the total going to 173 for 7. So Casey Carty, Justin Graves with a half century in this innings. Mikyle Louie, 83 and then 39. Both dismissals, you would say, lapse in concentration. Carty, well, he didn't come to the party at all. Down the leg side, hooked away, fine for 4. So bad delivery from Tyson and put away nicely by Penny Feather away to the right of the man at long leg and into the boundary for 4. 177 now. 4-7 has been a weather goes to 6.
Well, this one was competently played by Penny Feather, but you still must say that Tyson is bowling to the plan. Almost got Greaves out of the short delivery. Has 2 men posted for the hook shot, so well played to Penny Feather, but one would rather suspect that Tyson would persist with those short deliveries.
I think a case of maybe not being short enough, that last one. Short outside off stump, but not sufficiently on line. In fact, Penny Feather is suggesting that he might have played an uppercut towards the offside. It was so wide. So the end of the over, at the end of it, the lead still 108. It's 177 for 7, 19 to Cornwall and Penny Feather 6.
But you know, Claudius, that last shot, it just told you everything that you need to know. This one was dug in from Tyson. Ended up really wide of the off stump, but the batter induced by the shortness of the delivery. So it just seems as if as long as it's banged in, he's going to go for the shot. So it's a matter of time if he continues to make that decision before he falls into the trap.
Demba continuing. It's time to Cornwall. Back. Cornwall will get a single. Long off. Run number 20 for him. 178 for 7. So the Volcanoes begin to press home the advantage, forcing the follow on earlier today. Benefited to hoiking that. That's big. That's long. That's over mid wicket. And 6 runs, hitting the wall in front of the scoreboard at mid wicket on the eastern side. Big blow from Penny Feather, getting him into double figures. 184 for 7. Good lusty blow.
It's the umpire has to inspect that ball after coming in for some damage after that big shot.
Denver again. Penny Feather bitten outside off stump. Playing and almost searching for that. Benjamin taking. That one is angled across him with the off spinner from round the wicket. Once again, Demba. Penny Feather plays back to him. So he stays on 12. 184 for 7. Long on, deep mid wicket. And deep backward square leg. Demba to Penny Feather. Back turns it. Will get a single to the mid wicket fielder who comes off the boundary. 13 he is. 185 for 7. Deficit now down to exactly 100. Cornwall in strike. One delivery left in over number 53. Cornwall is hitting on the bounce back to the bowler to complete another Demba over. At the end of it, 185 for 7. The Leewards, they still need to wipe off exactly 100.
Yes, Penny Feather looks prepared to take his chances. So that when the ball was dug in from Tyson, he's going for the hook shot. When the ball is tossed up from Demba, he doesn't mind going against the big breeze, the Darren Sammy, and he doesn't mind taking on 2 fielders posted in the deep. So he's made his intentions pretty clear. But Tyson, after picking up that wicket, he's been given a bit of a rest from Captain Afanez, and services of Gavin Hodge have been called upon.
So Hodge with his first bowl in the second innings. Had a couple of overs in the first. And he's moving into Penny Feather. Turns it to backward square leg. And will get a single. 14 for him. Hodge coming in for more spin in this the second innings. The single reduces the deficit to double figures. as Cornwall comes into strike. So 99, the deficit. How long can Cornwall and Pennyfeather and company extend this game? Cornwall forward. Pennyfeather taking a few steps down, but then he remembers it's Cornwall who's facing. And recognizing almost belatedly that Cornwall will have difficulty in getting to the non-strikers end quickly enough. And so any attempt to take a single there would be unfair to the big man, because he just wouldn't be able to get to the other end. It's okay when it goes too long on and to the boundary, but not within the circle. Cornwall plays back to Hodge. Cornwall's 20 has come from 25 balls. Cornwall tempted, it's airborne, but will fall safely. No man's land. Maybe just on the edge of the circle being used in the one-day game. Atanaz going back, not able to make a catch of it. One more to Cornwall, 21, 187 for 7. Pennyfeather comes back into strike. Hodge to Pennyfeather. Pennyfeather looking to go long over, long on, not making contact. Saw him successful in the previous over against Demba, looking to repeat against Hodge. Comes in again. Faster delivery, cut away, straight to the backward point fielder. The over completed, 187 for 7.
Yes, and I really enjoyed bowling from Gavin Hodge because from his introduction into the attack, we had discussed the assessment of turn. But with him, it's not just all about deviation of the surface. He's one who has used the crease quite well. Every delivery he seems to be doing something different. He tries to get into the mind of the batters, going from really wide of the crease. And when he's bowling that palm ball coming straight, close to the umpire, so he mixes up the pace very well. What you'd expect of an international quality player.
Demba continuing to Cornwall. Cornwall is playing it into the vacant mid-off position, but not able to go for the single, or decided not to go for it wisely. Demba to Cornwall. Big swing on the miss. In fact, we were looking towards mid-wicket to see whether we would see a missile going in that direction, but it was in the gloves of Benjamin. Cornwall missing the big slog sweep. Demba to Cornwall. It's gone straight, long and high, all the way. 6. Right at the bottom of the side screen. And a good lusty straight hit with much ease from the big man. Gets his maximum. And that takes him to 27, 193 for 7. Demba again to Cornwall. Cornwall going again, this time over extra cover, long off, is interested. Descart diving, doesn't take it. And a ricochet from his body will hit the ropes ahead of him and go for 4. So Cornwall going aerial and getting value for it. This one a close score. Descart not quite able to get hold of it. So Cornwall has gone 6 and then 4. He's 31. Demba to Cornwall. Cornwall back turns it straight to square leg. Total 197 for 7. The deficit reduced to 88. 1 delivery left in the Demba over. Cornwall beginning to push things along. Plays up to mid-on to end the over with a dot ball. At the end of the 55th of the innings, 197 for 7. Cornwall to 31.
It's a lot to unpack in that previous over from Kenneth Demba, where he sort of the wild swipe from Cornwall across the line, but making the adjustment immediately. And when you saw the next ball looped up, opting to go quite straight and just showcasing that power. And I just feel that with the high standards that Descartes sets in the field, he would be disappointed with not clinging on to that catch. This would be a case of some tired legs after a century and all these overs bowled.
Well, not for the first time. Descartes is going off, needing some treatment from the physio, falling a little painfully as he attempted to take that catch. So substituting Gaston back on, the backward square leg as Hodge starts with a dot ball to Pennyfeather. Pennyfeather going straight and will go into the boundary ahead of the fielder coming from wide long on. So a flurry of boundaries here for the Leeward Island Hurricanes as the 200 comes up. So 200 with the boundary. Pennyfeather going to 18, 335 deliveries, 249 minutes, 18 fours and 3 sixes. 201 now for 7. Long off now posted. Hodge to Pennyfeather forward. Plays quietly. So long on, long off, mid wicket, deep extra cover. 4 fielders on the boundary. This partnership now with 36. Hodge to Pennyfeather. Looking to paddle sweep. The inquiry going up. Nothing too serious. Umpire Crawford is not interested. Hodge again to Pennyfeather. Driving along the ground, out towards long off. Will not get around. Good stroke into the boundary ahead of him. And another boundary in the over. Pennyfeather going into the 20s. 22, 205 for 7 at the end of the over. Partnership, well, over still in progress. 1 delivery left. But this partnership for the 8th wicket prospering here. And reducing the deficit to 80. Pennyfeather drive in. This time we'll just get the single as Tyson comes off the long off boundary. A productive over for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 205 for 7. 22 Pennyfeather and 31 Cornwall.
So you just have to applaud when you see good cricket intelligence on display. Pennyfeather would have been tempted by the flight from Hodge. But he unfurled and unleashed a ferocious drive. Quite technically correct in that approach. And even on the last delivery, which was given some extra air, just checked his shot and pushed it down the ground. Just showing that he's no regulation tail ender, signs of a good batsman in Pennyfeather. Has been attacking, but has been doing so quite smartly.
Bowling change. Looks like from the far end. No, he's still with Demba. Demba continuing. Outside off stump, going past the bat of Pennyfeather. Demba into his 4th over. Long off, long on. Mid-wicket backward square leg to the off spinner. A play and a miss by Pennyfeather outside off stump. Taken by Benjamin. Deficit down to 79. Cornwall with a long range wood to Demba. To Pennyfeather, actually. Demba bowling and the batsman playing up to the offside, no run. We're coming to the end of day 3. All of 24 overs left, though. Demba to Pennyfeather, who's electing to take down on the pad, maybe. And Benjamin picking up 206 for 7. Denver to Pennyfeather, who's going long. It's gone high. A catch for long off. Can he get there? No. A substitute taking it on the bounce. Gaston not able to get in quickly enough. Pennyfeather looking to go aerial. A portion of the bat. And falling safely from his point of view in the end. It took 124 to him, 207 for 7. Cornwall in strike. Cornwall's gone aerial. Another catch opportunity again bouncing. Oh, he's taken that. Oh, it's actually missed it in air. He's actually taken it. So the end of Cornwall playing a check drive, but he played it aerially. And Gaston came around and took it quite comfortably in the end. So the loss of Raheem Cornwall going cut Keon Gaston, the substitute, bowled Kenneth Demba for 31. And the end, the fall really of the 8th wicket for Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Inexplicable, really, Claudius. You would have to classify this one as a giveaway. Surely a man of the power of Raheem Cornwall. This one tossed up, landed in the slot. You would have expected a bit more of a violent swing, but opting for some sweet timing and just presented the easiest of opportunities to the substitute fielder, the homegrown talent Keon Gaston, on the long boundary, moving quite smartly across the ground and watching the catch.
Indeed. Well, to be fair, I think Cornwall, that's how he tends to play. He believes that he's executing sufficient power, even though he's going with the check drive. We saw him go straight down the ground all the way into the side screen for 6, but just didn't get hold of that one, I would say. And I think the big man would be disappointed to see that he didn't clear long off correction. So the end of him, and the umpire's taking the opportunity of his dismissal to call for the drinks break. So 207 for 8. Jamal, this game is finishing today.
Ooh, it would be hard to disagree with you. It would be hard to disagree with you on this one, but still another West Indies player, Azari Joseph, due to come in. But the dismissal of Cornwall speaks to what you've informed us about, that you have not seen that the international players have risen to the ranks today of application and concentration focus at the crease.
Yes, unfortunately, another example of that. And I think you were suggesting same that it was a soft dismissal, that Cornwall might have done better with that. Certainly has the power to go all the way, and maybe a more full-blooded stroke with a high back cliff and follow through would have gotten him over the man and over the boundary. So 78 the deficit. 2 wickets are left. Joseph has joined Pennyfeather. And the story has not been a good one for the Leeward Islands. 195 they got after they resumed on the overnight position of 165 for 7. So that was a deficit of 285. And in reply, they have lost wickets steadily, with Louis 39, Kadeem Henry 9, Fati 1, Karim Gore no score, Justin Graves 67, Jamal Hamilton 16, Joel Andrew 13, Raheem Cornwall just gone for 31. And it's been a procession to and from the middle by the Leeward Island Volcanoes. And they find themselves in a position where they are struggling to get this game into day 4. And we believe that we'll have the day off tomorrow, Jamal James.
Seems quite probable, as we're about to see a bowling change where Hodge going to be replaced by the leg spin of Darryl Cyrus.
So Cyrus comes back. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. He will move into Pennyfeather, who's back and looking to cut the ball that is much too close. Benjamin whipping up the bails. There's no run. So the Volcanoes technically 2 balls away from victory. Leeward's 2 wicket standing still trail by 78. Outside the off stump. The leg spinner is too wide. Benjamin takes. So Joseph coming in to join Pennyfeather, who's on 24. Cyrus to Pennyfeather, forward. Plays up on the offside. There's no run. So still 78 to wipe off. And except Azari, Joseph can go berserk together with Pennyfeather. The Volcanoes would not need to bat again. Lofted delivery, flighted delivery, I should say, out towards the offside, and the fielder for running the ball, maybe a bit of spin on it as well. Pascal making a meal of that and conceding the boundary. Pennyfeather goes to 28. The total to 11 for 8. It's a little ungainly there for the fielder at extra cover. To 11 for 8. Pennyfeather enjoying this knock as he gets one that drifts into him, turns it to backward square leg, no run. Remains on 28. 1 delivery left in this over. First one of a new spell from Cyrus to Pennyfeather, who's driving along the ground. Straight to Pascal on this occasion, so he feels well. And limits them down to 1. So he goes to 29, Pennyfeather to 12 for 8. And lead down to 73.
Pennyfeather is certainly looking good. But Cyrus really disappointed by the effort on the boundary there from Pascal. We know that these first-class bowlers certainly pride themselves on the economy. And that's certainly being spoiled. But we're about to see the first ball from Azari Joseph. Interested to see what, well, not as yet since Pennyfeather took that single, but I'm really interested to see the approach that Azari Joseph will take. Man who has elevated in recent times to the leadership of West Indies cricket. He was the vice captain in recent times, so
indeed. Demba starts a new over to Pennyfeather, who is looking to turn it. Will get the single. Although Joseph was maybe a little late in responding. One more to Pennyfeather, 30. 213 for 8. Joseph will come into strike. And you'd expect him to use the long handle and go aerial. He'll have to contend with long on, long off, mid-wicket and backward square leg, all on the boundary. Back turns it for his first run. Brings the backward square leg fielder Tyson off the boundary. So he's off the mark, 213 for 8. 71 the deficit. Well, Pennyfeather go berserk here and continue to go area. I think you'd expect Joseph to do the same. So we can be in for some interest as the game progresses. Dot ball to Pennyfeather as he plays to backward point to Atenes, who would be over the moon with this performance from his team. Bounce outside off stump as the angle of round the wicket, taking the ball past the bat. Benjamin taking. Demba to penny feather again. Defense. Back to Demba. 214 for 8. One delivery left in the Demba over. Oh, good delivery. As Benefit is certainly playing at that and missing to bring the over to an end. Another good over from Demba as the Windward's Volcanoes, they probe away to get those last 2 wickets.
Very impressive from Kenneth Demba. Good skill, albeit there is no turn. It's a good thing from a spinner when you put the idea of turn in the mind of the batter. Keeps beating the batsman outside line of the off stump. But Pennyfeather just not making the mistake of pushing at it, just keeping the bat on the line.
Cyrus to continue his 13th over, the 60th of the innings to Zari Joseph. Goes back and Cyrus fielding to his own bowling, slipping away on the edge of the square, but importantly, keeping Joseph on strike. Cyrus to Joseph. Joseph yielding to the temptation of going big, not getting hold of it though, went along the ground to wide long on, and the tall man gets a single. I think he was looking to go over long off into our direction. Ended up at long on. Benefit of back batting. We'll look for 2, yes. As Pascal sends a wayward return. But backed up on the onside. 2 more to Pennyfeather. He goes to 32, 217 for 8. The deficit now down to 68. Can they wipe it off completely and have Stefan Pascal and company to put on the pads? Pennyfeather is playing back to Cyrus. And there's no run. 21 overs left in the day, the scoreboard says. Cyrus looking to finish things off. Balls to Pennyfeather, looking to cut. Doesn't make contact, and it's taken by the keeper. So Cyrus has picked up 1 for 43. Looking for more success to Pennyfeather. Back. And just playing it in front of him on the onside to complete the over. The 60th of the innings. 217 for 8. He's 32, Pennyfeather. Joseph is 2. And the deficit remains at 68.
You know, Claudius, Daryl Cyrus in that last over was bowling a bit too fast, a bit too quickly for me. Once he tossed up one for Zari Joseph, you saw that he sorted one across the line, and surely with this, I don't want to call them tailenders, but this with the batters at the back end of the innings, you want to make them look up more for the deliveries. They're more prone to going for the big shot and making the mistake while doing so.
So Demba will continue. As this partnership continues, they have put on 10. And the question is, how many more can they string together? Demba to Joseph. Joseph is happy to play quietly, keeping his shape up to mid-on. No run. So this is not a case where Joseph looking to play or just throwing caution to the wind. He's taking his time so far. Not anymore, though. He has hoiked that in the air and will be caught at square leg. Well, well, well. A decision that he will obviously rule. Joseph looking to go maximum after he had looked in good shape, but not getting hold of it at all. A top edge. And an easy catch to the man at square leg. Pascal taking the catch. Another wicket for Demba as the ninth wicket falls for the Leeward Hurricanes. Joseph going for 217 the score.
And Claudius Emmanuel strikes again.
Oh my.
Demba just quite proficient at utilizing that angle wide of the crease, pushing this one above the eye line of the batters. And that's what I was calling for from Daryl Cyrus. Allow these back-end batters, don't want to call them tail-enders, but allow them to look, use some flight, use some guile, induce the big stroke. And Zari Joseph considered himself brave enough, strong enough to take on that big breeze, bigger side, and the three fielders posted deep. And in the end, Perishing could only succeed in lobbing this one straight up. And Pascal took a simple catch, making some amends for that lackluster fielding in previous over from Daryl Cyrus. And Kenneth Demba, after registering his maiden first class half century, has now contributed with ball in hand, picking up his second wicket.
Ocean Thomas, number 11, comes out, and the Windwards close to victory here, and very much by an innings as Demba comes into Joseph. Joseph driving, airborne. It will fall safely over the head of the inner ring. And he gets off the mark. Ocean Thomas, in fact. He's 218 for 9. The lead is 67. That's a deficit for Hurricanes. So the Volcanoes poise here for victory by an innings. Demba to Pennyfeather hits that down the ground. That's long, that's straight, that's big. A maximum over the head of the bowler. So Pennyfeather helping himself to another maximum, taking him to 38. And the total to 224 for 9. Demba again to Pennyfeather. He's going to go again. Will that go all the way? A chance for long off, but it's dropping. And so Descart, valiant attempt to try to make a catch of it, but didn't have enough bat on it. Fell well into maybe on the edge of the circle, being used in the one-day game. So Descart not able to make a catch of it. 1 to Pennyfeather, 39. Demonstrating he's got some batting ability. Thomas in strike. Demba to Thomas. Forward beaten outside off stump. And Benjamin takes to complete the over. So the 61st over. Pennyfeather on 39. Thomas survives his 1, 225 for 9. The lead is 60. An opportunity here for Pennyfeather to enjoy himself and practice his range hitting.
Yes, would love to see some of that, and that's why I was really hoping that Alzari Joseph would have taken a different approach and preserved his wicket for a while longer before going out and swinging for the hills. Would have shown some support for Pennyfeather, who's been going well, but certainly with the prospect of a half century looming, you'd rather suspect that he would go all guns blazing in this over and try to get those 11 runs of Cyrus.
Yes, it's been a good innings by him. 39 from 42 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes. Cyrus looking to wrap up the innings. Pennyfeather gets one that is full and hits it back to the bowler. So good knock here from Pennyfeather. So good, decent all rounder from what we have seen from him. Looked good with the ball. Cyrus to Pennyfeather, who's looking to cut and in fact is bowled inside edge onto the stumps with the leg stump at an angle to signal the conclusion of the game and victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. A comprehensive victory by an innings and 60 runs. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've been bowled out for 225, with Pennyfeather, the last man out, being bowled by Cyrus for 39, and a comprehensive victory late on day 3. And really, congratulations to the Windward Volcanoes as the players do the formalities with the handshakes across the two teams. And so the conclusion of the game. A quick comeback by the Windward Volcanoes with 3 games where they had suffered 2 defeats. They've come here in home conditions and they've batted really well. 480. And in reply, the Leewards 170, 190, 195 all out and they follow on 225. And so a victory by an innings and 60 runs. Your thoughts, Jamal James?
Yes, early on in the tournament, they really did not represent the abundance of talent, skill, ability that's in the team. But coming here in this game and the blissful batting conditions at the Darren Sammy, keep mentioning it, the best wicket for cricket in the region, especially where batting is concerned. They made full use of the conditions, putting up a big score, 480 on the back of the batting efforts from the all-rounders. Shadrach Descott made the first-class century, the St. Lucian, the homeboy, and Ryan John, the Grenadian, man from the Spice Isle who does have centuries there in the Windward's tournaments, putting up his hand. And these same 2 men making significant contributions with ball in hand. And it was a match where we did not see the international players stand up the way that we expected them to under these conditions. But the Windwards must be commended for the bowling performance. You could safely say that it was an all-round team effort from the pacers right down to the spinners, especially in the back end with Kenneth Demba coming into his own and Darrell Cyrus picking up 2 wickets as well. So going forward, everything seems to be clicking for the Windwards team at the right time.
Indeed. So 480 was the Windward's effort. And as you indicated, Jamal, a couple of Centurions here, Descott and Ryan John. And that was quite a performance by the Volcanoes because at one stage they were 4 for 58, but they came back well with that 119 from Descott, 109 from Ryan John and Kenneth Bemba getting 75. And for the bowling from the Windwards, 4 for 66 from O'Shane Thomas and 3 for 102 for Justin Graves. But in reply, as we've said, the Leewards really not coming to the party in terms of the application and the shot selection that was required. Their first effort, 195. And in that effort, let's just give you a quick summary of that, as Coxie can just bring that up for us. So the 195, we had the top score of 83 from Mikyle Louie. Yes, in fact, 84, 153 balls, 13 fours, and 40 from Hamilton, 67 balls, 7 fours. And so they didn't get sufficient support in the bowling. Well, it was Ryan John who picked up 4 for 42 from 14 overs. And then the pick up the bowlers was Dylan Tyson, 13 overs, 5, no maidens, in fact, 5 for 45. And so on first innings, it was a case of a deficit of 285 for the Leewards. And in reply, needing to, of course, wipe that off and to put pressure on the Volcanoes to come back to bat. Well, they were not able to do so, falling for 225 with 39 from Mikyle Louie, 67 from Justin Graves, 31 Raheem Cornwall, and 39 from Penny Feather. And they fell short by some 60 runs. The bowling for the Windward's Volcanoes, 3 for 58, Descott, 2 for 21, Ryan John, 1 for 35, Darrell Cyrus. In fact, 1 for 35, Dylan Tyson, 2 for 43, Darrell Cyrus, and Kenneth Demba picking up 2 for 33. So the wickets, Jamal, being shared by the Windward Volcanoes bowlers. So a team effort that was very impressive indeed, and quite a comeback from two previous rounds where they had suffered defeats. A good result for the Volcanoes as we look to wrap up things here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Your final thoughts on the game that we have seen so far, finishing within 3 days?
Yes, just have to appreciate some good cricket at this wonderful venue. But whereas we have highlighted the batters and bowlers who have done well, I think one salient point is the captaincy of Alec Afanel, the way that he marshaled the troops, especially when he made the decision to enforce the follow-on, the way that he utilized those resources when he gave Gillan Tyson that long rest, gave Shadrach Descott an opportunity with the new ball, and then he really showed some great skill. And then the way that he set his field to tail the run scoring, it was really good. He attacked with the field. It almost felt like he had 12 men at one point in time. So Alec Affan is definitely one who would be looked at by the West Indies, I would think, in terms of leadership, given the captaincy of the Volcanoes franchise at a very young age, and has done well.
Yes, and a final challenge for you. We have seen two useful all-round performances. Were you to pick a man of the match, who would you go for?
Ooh la la. The question I had for you, you've forgotten first. Okay, so I just feel in terms of runs, they both made centuries, and that is significant at the regional first class level. But Shadrach Descott, I think he just had 10 runs more, not very significant. But in terms of the wickets, Ryan John really broke the back of the batting in the first innings. So that has to count for a lot. And Ryan John also picked up 2 wickets again in the second innings, albeit we saw impressive display from Shadrach Descott picking up 3 wickets, and he bowled, I think, more overs, putting some more effort, more of a marathon spell from him. So both men there out of 10 would get full marks, but I think things are tipped slightly in favor of Ryan John, and as you called it, the Ryan John show. But as a local boy, the St. Lucians listening, they give me grief for picking Ryan John over Descott, but I just feel that for breaking the back of the batting in the first innings.
Yes, I would tend to agree. And just tipping it slightly for Ryan John was that beautiful catch that he
That's right.
was able to pull off in the gully position, but taking nothing away from Descott, a tremendous performance. In fact, if anything, we could argue that it really started with Descott when he was the first to get to the free figure mark, really laying the foundation for a good Volcanoes innings, which proved to be critical, that 480. And as it turned out, the Hurricanes were not able to eclipse it with 2 opportunities at bat. So that brings us to the end of our broadcast for this game, this fourth round game between the Leeward Islands Volcanoes, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and the Windward's Volcanoes. So the story is that it has ended in victory by the Volcanoes by an innings, and is it 60 or 59, Coxie? Is it 60? But it was an innings and 59 runs. We'll go with that. An innings and 59 runs for the Volcanoes And so that is how we wrap up our broadcast here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So on behalf of the entire team, Dwight Thomas, who were not with us today, Sunil Ramdin, Jamal James, Reds Pereira, and Roland Cox, our statistician scorer, as well as our technical young man from the Manchan family. We wish to thank you very much for tuning in to us. And so Oxy tells me it is an innings and 60, the victory by the Volcanoes. So on behalf of the entire team, Claudia Simano was saying goodbye from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.